Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1201. Levi had a really long dream. It was as if he had relived all 20 over years of his life in his dream. Things were starting to get blurry as he was about to die, but he couldn't afford to just yet. Zoe. My family and friends. Arudiah. Come in. Wake up. I have to live on. I can't just die like this. I still haven't found out who Mr. Finch is. Dad. Levi heard a faint voice shouting in his ear. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a chubby little face next to his. Dad's awake. For Olivia shouted. Evie. Levi wanted to hug for Olivia, but realized he couldn't move his body. Despite trying his hardest, all he could move were his eyes. Levi was dumbstruck. His entire body had been paralyzed by the poison from Blood King Palace. It completely disabled his acupoints, corroded his muscle tissue, and severely damaged his internal organs. That, in combination with his continuous combat, had left him completely disabled. Though he had his limbs broken 8 years ago, this was a lot worse. The man couldn't move at all. Fortunately, he had regained consciousness, much to everyone's relief. It's a miracle. This is definitely going down in history as one of the most miraculous events in medicine. Benny shouted excitedly. It's definitely a miracle for Levi to regain consciousness under such circumstances. Of course, it didn't come without a huge price, but still. Frederick, too, played a part in Levi's recovery. He ignored Windsor's orders and came to see Levi, so Windsor fired him on the spot and imposed tons of restrictions on him as a result. Even so, Frederick didn't care and worked with Benny to treat Levi and help him regain consciousness. Mr. Quinton, how is my husband doing? Zoe asked. Benny looked at her hesitantly. Just go ahead and tell them the truth, Mr. Quinton. I know for a fact that I'm disabled. Levi said. Benny sighed. Yeah, you're right. The God of War has become completely paralyzed and will be bedridden for the rest of his life. He can't even be sat on a wheelchair, and will need someone to take care of his basic necessities. Frederick sniffled. All of his muscle tissues and acupoints have been disabled. The God of War will no longer be able to move at all. If only we could remove the Blood King Palace's poison from his body. I can't believe this is actually happening. The great Levi has now become disabled. Thud. Emma nearly fainted again from the shock. Zoe was shocked to hear that too, but she quickly regained her composure. All that matters is that Levi is awake. Don't worry, I'll look after him. At that point, him being alive was all that she could ask for. Given her financial status, maintaining a life of comfort wouldn't be a problem at all. Zoe held Levi's hands tightly, and he smiled back at her. I guess my life is in your hands now, Zoe. Sure thing. Benny and Frederick let out a sigh of relief when they saw how well the two were taking things. In the end, the only things that matters are safety and happiness. The God of War of Arudiah has become a cripple? What a joke! Ha ha ha! Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1202. That incident became the biggest joke of the century as well as the disgrace of Arudiah. The God of War feared by every country had now been reduced to a bedridden cripple who couldn't even use a wheelchair. Although it was a much greater form of humiliation than death, Levi being alive still posed a threat to some. Levi had caused a huge scene after killing off hundreds of elites in his final battle, so assassinating him in Arudiah would be impossible. Windsor and the Drago Knights were on high alert after the individuals and organizations exposed themselves during their attempt at assassinating Levi. Ironically, Levi was actually safest now that he was crippled, as the assassins would not risk exposing themselves again. Of course, that was if he remained in Arudaya. Frederick called out to Levi after having everyone else leave the room, God of War. Levi cut him off, I've already given up that position, so don't call me that anymore. Frederick frowned. Fine, I'll call you boss, but you'll always remain the God of War to me and all of your men. Boss, you don't actually have to give up your position. You could just tell everyone about you being poisoned. I'm sure Windsor wouldn't challenge you. Benny and I are the only ones who know about Levi being poisoned, and that he's only in this state because of it. Had he told them about his condition sooner, he could have kept his position as God of War and save himself from this humiliation. It's useless. They came for me specifically, so it was only a matter of time anyway. Besides, I'm tired of being the God of War. I want to spend some time with my family instead. Levi was taking it rather well. Frederick let out a huge sigh. Who would have thought that the undefeatable God of War would someday be reduced to a bedridden cripple? After a few days of treatment, Levi and Zoe made plans for their return to Northampton, as that was their home. Levi also convinced Frederick to return to his family before leaving. Zoe smiled in relief when they arrived home. Great! The family is reunited now. At the very least, Levi wouldn't suddenly go missing again like he did before. For Olivia played with him in his arms while Zoe and Emma were cooking in the kitchen. It was a heartwarming sight to behold. Levi let out a smile as he experienced a feeling of relaxation like never before. I suppose a quiet and peaceful life like this is pretty nice, after all. The peace and quiet were soon interrupted when Aaron, Caitlin, and Meredith came over. Zoe, what's the meaning of this? Are you seriously planning on looking after a cripple for the rest of your life? Meredith shouted. You said he can't even move, so how is he going to be a good husband and father? He was already a huge burden even when he was in good health, and things have only gotten worse now that he's crippled. Robert yelled at her too. They now had a legitimate reason to reprimand the two. Aaron slammed his fist on the table. I will not have my daughter spend the rest of her life taking care of a cripple. You guys wouldn't want Evie to have a cripple as a father either. Right? Aaron's words had everyone speechless. Of course not. I could just hit him like this and he can't even do anything about it. Logan gave Levi a kick, who then winced from the pain. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1203. Logan burst out in laughter. See? This poor B***** can't even move a muscle. Even a dog would be a lot more useful than him. Jenny laughed as well. Yet, at least a dog would be able to watch the door or something. What can he do? For Olivia cried when she heard all the nasty things they said about her dad. Don't you bully my dad! She shouted while standing in front of Levi with her arms outstretched. Emma was crying too. I can't believe this is happening to my son. None of these people would dare say any of that. If he were still fit and healthy. Levi frowned and kept his eyes shut as he lay on the bed. That's enough! Zoe shouted. Don't you dare talk about my husband like that. He is and always will be my hero, regardless of his physical condition. Evie and I will always take pride in his glory, even if it was only temporary. Levi fought valiantly for all of Arudaya, and this is how they repay him after he got crippled as a result? I won't stand for this. Glory? What glory? And no, Morris Group doesn't count? Meredith asked. He's... Zoe was about to tell them about his identity, but changed her mind at the last second. No, that's all in the past now. Telling them about it won't do him any good. Heck, they'll probably just mock him even more for it. He's what? Go on, say it. He's lesser than a dog if you ask me. Logan sneered. Enough. It is what it is, and I have decided to look after Levi for the rest of my life. That's all I have to say. Zoe was determined to stand her ground. Are you stupid or what? How could you be so reckless? Have you ever thought about the future? What would Evie tell her friends when only her mother attends her schools? Parent-teacher conferences? Do you know how traumatic it will be for her? She'll forever be humiliated by her friends for having a cripple as a father. Yeah, that's right. All other kids have their fathers to take them out on family trips while Evie's can't even get out of bed. And it's not just her. You and your godfather would also have to endure the ridicule and shame as a result. Aaron and the others lashed out at her. Olivia hugged Levi tightly and shook her head. No. I wanna be with Dad, and no one's gonna separate us. Meredith looked at Emma and said, Emma, please tell me you haven't lost your mind like these two have. Look at the state your son is in. Do you really want to ruin Zoe's life like this? I would have left with him if I were you. The others chimed in as well. Meredith is right. You shouldn't be so selfish, Emma. Your son is as good as dead. Why don't you just set Zoe free? Yeah. Just pack your stuff and go as far away as possible. They all ganged up and tried to get rid of Levi and Emma. Don't you dare insult my mother. Levi spoke up all of a sudden. Everyone turned to look at him. So what if we're insulting your mother? What are you gonna do about it, hey? Aaron and the others sneered. Get lost, Emma. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1204. Boom. There was a sudden burst of energy in the room which sent a chill down everyone's spine. All eyes were on Levi. It's Levi. He's mad. I can't believe he's still capable of instilling fear in his current state. What are you doing? Logan asked with a shudder. I'm gonna knock the teeth out of that big mouth of yours. Levi shouted furiously. However, despite struggling with all his might, he found himself unable to move a muscle. Get up, damn it! Levi roared as he forced his body to its limits, only to roll off the bed and fall to the floor with a loud thud. Levi! Zoe and Emma rushed over to his aid. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed when they saw how pathetic Levi looked as he was sprawled out on the floor. Is that all you got? So much for hitting me. How are you even going to protect your mother and child like this? I could hit them now. And you'd only be able to watch helplessly. Jenny and Logan laughed as they mocked him. You guys have gone too far. Zoe yelled. Logan chuckled and said, I'm just showing you what's gonna happen in the future, Zoe. You're all fine now because we're family, but what if you are up against his enemies, hey? Do you think that cripple can protect you? Even a dog could do a better job at that. What Logan said was horrible, but he does have a point. What if it were someone else that came today? What could Levi possibly do to protect us in his current state? He'd only be able to lie there and watch us get hurt. Come on, Grandpa, Grandma. Let's go. Russell urged the angry crowd to leave. As much as they wanted to get rid of Levi and Emma, they didn't dare do anything as Zoe had Dale to back her up. After all, Dale respected Zoe's decisions on the matter. Both Emma and Zoe were in tears after carrying Levi back onto the bed. Those guys were too much, and yet there's nothing we could do about it. None of this would have happened if Levi wasn't poisoned and crippled. Mom, Grandma, don't cry. I'm sure Dad will get better. Olivia said as she helped wipe their tears. Levi took a deep breath. Evie is right. Everything will be all right. Yeah, we've gotta keep moving forward in life. Zoe recomposed herself. Ben, Winnie, Brian, and Victoria of the Garrison family from Northampton also came by. Later that day, much to their surprise. Ha ha ha, I can't believe this is what's left of the great Levi Garrison. So much for being the god of war, eh? Look at you now. Karma sure is a b*tch. Looks like I was right to break your legs 8 years ago. This was all meant to be, after all. Brian burst into laughter. You've been thrown into prison with your limbs broken, and yet you somehow managed to get chosen? Man, you sure are something, Levi. Tell me, how did you get your legs treated? Back then. Victoria added. Ha 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 ha. Did you encounter some miracle worker or something in prison? Maybe we should send you back into prison so you can get yourself treated again. Levi was the one who ruined their lives, so the two of them took extreme pleasure in seeing him like this. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1205. If even Benny couldn't treat him, I doubt anyone else can. Ben sneered. Maybe prison is where he truly belongs. Winnie said with a chuckle. They were all so busy taunting Levi that none of them noticed the grin on his face. Don't worry, Levi, we're not here to hurt you. We just want to tell you that you should never push your luck, as you could fall from grace anytime. Your condition right now is a good example of that. Yet, given that pathetic state you're in, even we can't bring ourselves to bully you right now. He's right. There's no point in bullying someone who can't even fight back at all. Ha 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 ha. With that, the members of the Garrison family laughed as they made their way out of the house. More guests kept showing up one after another. They were all former victims of Levi's wrath when he was in power, and had all come to mock him now that he was crippled. Zoe could only console him. Don't take it to heart, darling. These guys are just trying to pick a fight with you. With my godfather around, they won't dare do anything. They were fortunate enough to have Dale around, or Levi would have received more than just verbal insults. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, and dozens of men rushed into the room with Lucas taking the lead. So this is what's left of the great Levi Garrison, hey? I never thought I'd live to see the day I get to have my revenge. Lucas had been holding a grudge against Levi ever since he had him castrated back then. But he was powerless to do anything about it. After a long wait for his chance at revenge, he had been presented with that opportunity. So, you can't even move a muscle, hey? Guess you can only watch helplessly as I hurt your mother, wife, and daughter. Lucas shouted maniacally. Clomp! 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 A few bodyguards stepped forward. Make a move, I dare you. Silas said. She had stayed by Levi's side ever since his downfall. Do you think you can stop us? What a joke. I came here to get my revenge on Levi, and I don't give a damn who's backing him up. Lucas cackled like a madman. Silas was starting to panic. Those guys are elite fighters. I'm no match for them alone, and it's too late to call for backup now. Lucas is obviously here for blood, and not even the Grand Master can stop him. You guys, take her out. The rest of you, bring me Levi's limbs. Oh, and I want him castrated. too. Lucas ordered. His men sprang into action, and Silas was soon overpowered. Ha ha ha! How does it feels like to be in such despair, Levi? Lucas had a smug grin on his face. Do it! His men were about to make their move when a cold voice was heard from behind. I don't think so. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1206. They turned around and saw a figure clad in a black hood that covered the face. Levi chuckled at the sight of that. He didn't expect that the person coming to his aid was his former enemy, Hades. Hades was wounded once, and Levi had his men tend to his injuries. However, he disappeared after he was fully healed. Bam! 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 Despite El Nation being a small country, Hades was still a formidable fighter and dispatched all of Lucas's men in less than a minute. "Thank you so much." Zoe and the others thanked him profusely. "I've always respected the strong, and the god of war is the one I respect the most. From now on, I will protect him with my life," Hades said with a determined look on his face. Levi simply stared at him in silence. Silas let out a sigh. Man, that must really suck for Levi. I mean, having to rely on Hades to protect him? Talk about a huge blow to his ego. There were a lot fewer troublemakers dropping by now that everyone knew Hades was dead. Set on protecting Levi, but things weren't that peaceful in the other countries. Windsor had eliminated dozens of criminal organizations within just 1 week after being the new god of war. He was doing so in order to establish his dominance overseas and instill fear in everyone's hearts. Being a violent person in nature, he was determined to prove himself stronger than Levi. His method was very effective, and even Tenika found him to be quite a headache. With Levi out of the picture, Windsor soon built up a solid reputation for himself in Arudia. Those who used to support Levi had gravitated towards Windsor as they only recognized him as the current god of war. Not only did they practically forget about Levi, but they were also criticizing him for his downfall. The previous god of war was simply too conservative. That's why he lost and fell. Look at how powerful the new god of war is. He took the initiative, and now our enemies are cowering in fear. That's right. If only Windsor had taken over the position sooner, Arudia would probably be several times more powerful than it is now. I know, right? It's all Levi's fault. Windsor is the best god of war ever. Levi simply smiled as he heard what they said. It's hard to find people who would stay by your side unconditionally when you're down in the dumps. Right now, Hades and Benny are the only ones apart from my mother, wife, and daughter. While you were staking your life on the front lines, those you protected were enjoying themselves in the back. They pretended to support you during your glory days, and left you the moment you fall from power. In fact, it is them who are most likely to stab you in the back now. Some people simply aren't worthy of your protection," Zoe said with a wry smile. Benny came over to give him a follow-up examination 2 weeks later, but the results were disappointing. Levi's condition showed no signs of improvement, and his fate of being bedridden for life seemed to be sealed. What an unfortunate guy. Benny let out a sigh as he looked at Levi. He was about to leave when Windsor's disciple, Zar, showed up at the door. Levi chuckled. It's never good news if Zar is here. Something big must have happened. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1207. Zar glanced at Levi, and hesitated when he saw Zoe and the others. It's okay, they can hear whatever you have to say. What is it, Zar? Levi said. After everything that has happened, I'm sure Zoe should be able to handle anything that comes our way. Zar had a stern look on his face as he spoke. There are 2 reasons for my visit today. First, being to retrieve the Paragon Seal of Honor which you should have handed over a long time ago. Zar glared at Levi coldly. Windsor may be the new god of war, but the Paragon Seal of Honor is still in Levi's possession. That seal is the symbol of the god of war, and only those who carry it are worthy of commanding the Iron Brigade. Levi nodded. No problem, I'll hand the seal over later. Now, what's the second reason? A huge wave of energy surged through Zar's body, filling the entire room with his murderous Intent. Levi Garrison, do you admit to your crimes? Tsar shouted, frightening Zoe and the others. With his sudden outburst. What's going on here? Levi narrowed his eyes and returned the cold stare. And what crimes would I be admitting? 2. Treason. Tsar yelled angrily. What? Treason. Zoe and Silas were dumbfounded. Knowing Levi, there's no way he'd do such a thing. He would rather die than betray his country. That's impossible. Why yeah, that's definitely impossible. Everyone began to panic, but Levi shushed them and signaled them to calm down. And how have I committed treason? Levi looked at him curiously. You've wiped out the Blood King Palace completely 5 years ago, right? No surviving minions. Levi nodded, as he had indeed killed off every single one of them back then. Then how would you explain the sudden revival of the Blood King Palace last year? Tsar kept his sharp gaze fixated on Levi. Levi was unable to come up with an explanation, as even he didn't know the answer to that question. The Blood King Palace had mysteriously returned, and they were much stronger than before. Oh, you don't know? Well, we do. It's all because of you. You're in cahoots with the Blood King Palace, and you've been betraying Erudaya this entire time. You didn't wipe out the Blood King Palace back then, did you? You made everyone think that they were gone, but they've actually been secretly growing in power. That's why they're so much stronger now. We have solid evidence of your conspiracy with the Blood King Palace, Levi. Levi let out a chuckle when he heard what Tsar said. I knew they are gonna bring up the Blood King Palace. It's the perfect crime to frame me for. Because I have no way of proving my innocence. I bet you wouldn't even attack them if it weren't for the Dragonites ordering the strike, hey. Tsar sneered. Levi Garrison, your acts of treason by conspiring with the Blood King Palace have led to huge losses in many organizations. What do you have to say for yourself? Levi refused to say anything further, as he knew it was a pointless struggle. Someone had set him up, so accepting the punishment was his only option. What will my punishment be? Levi asked with a smile. In view of your past contributions, you will be spared the death penalty. Instead, you are banished from Erudaya from this moment on. You have 3 days to leave the country or you will be forcibly deported. Tsar said coldly. Those words hit Zoe like a sledgehammer. They framed Levi just so they could banish him from Erudaya. How could they do such a cruel thing? This is simply unacceptable. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1208. This is obviously a setup. A conspiracy with the sole purpose of driving Levi out of Erudaya, so he would be vulnerable to assassinations. Zoe smiled wryly at the thought of that. My husband is a magnanimous man who has dedicated his life to the protection of the country and its people, and yet this is how they repay his deeds? Destroying his reputation with a false accusation and banishing him from the very country he protected. What a joke! Ha 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 ha! Zoe burst out into a sad and bitter laughter. So this is how it will end for the God of War, hey? How tragic! Tsar sneered. How is it a false accusation if we have solid evidence to prove it? The Blood King Palace is the most powerful criminal organization in the world, guilty of practically every heinous crime in history. Anyone caught working with them is to be executed, and Levi is no exception. You should be thankful that Windsor took pity in him and decided to only banish him instead. Windsor was actually aware of the dangers Levi would face if he left Erudaya, but he didn't find Levi worthy of his concern. I'm not here to seek your opinion on the matter, Levi. I'm simply here to inform you of the decision that's been made. Now, where's the seal? Tsar asked coldly. Give him the seal, Zoe. Zoe did as told and handed Tsar the Paragon Seal of Honor. Remember, you only have 3 days to leave the country or I'll kick you out myself. Soon, all of Erudaya heard about Levi's conspiracy with the Blood King Palace, and the entire nation was in an uproar. Everyone hurled abuse at Levi for being the biggest traitor in the country's recorded history. Some of the people took matters into their own hands and found where Levi was currently residing. They gathered outside the house and shouted at him. Erudaya has no room for traitors. Get out of here, you ****. Zoe was on the verge of breaking down when she heard the angry mob outside. What do we do, Levi? Are we going to just let them have their way? Is leaving Erudaya really our only option? She asked. Silas shook her head. There's nothing else we can do right now. Silas is right. Given how determined they are to get rid of me, I'd say resistance is futile. Levi was rather calm and collected. So we're just gonna leave, then. But this is unfair. It's so unfair. Yes, for the time being. In that case, we're going together. Zoe said. No, you guys stay here. I'll bring you guys over once I've settled down. You'll be a lot safer here with the protection of the Lehman family. But isn't it dangerous for you to be out there all by yourself? Zoe was very worried. There's a very safe island that I can go to lay low. Given my current physical condition, I doubt they'd even deem me a threat worth killing. Besides, I've got Hades to protect me. After a lot of coaxing, Levi was able to persuade Zoe into staying behind. We'll leave tomorrow. Again, word got out really fast about the god of war being banished from Erudaya the next day. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1209. All his enemies from overseas took great pleasure in hearing that, especially those who were dying to get their revenge on him. Teniki and a group of men were gathered on an island. Levi Garrison. You're finally being banished from Erudaya, eh? Teniki smiled gleefully. He was the one behind everything that had happened. Levi remained a threat to all of his enemies overseas for as long as he was alive, and they wouldn't be able to rest until they got rid of him completely. Windsor saw an opportunity when he discovered the evidence of Levi conspiring with the Blood King Palace, and he seized that opportunity immediately. Levi is going to leave Erudaya tomorrow. We can make our move as soon as he steps out of the country's borders, and we wouldn't even have to be sneaky about it. Teniki sneered. You're right, sir. Mr. Finch will send us the route that Levi takes on his way out of the country soon. Ha ha ha. He sure is great help in getting rid of Levi. Teniki broke into a sinister grin. Make sure all preparations are complete. We must kill Levi as soon as he leaves Erudaya. Ensuring that Levi was truly dead was the only way to ease their worries. It was soon the next day. Don't worry, Levi. I've asked my godfather to have these elite fighters escort you to your destination. Just get us over there once you've settled down, okay? Zoe said while pointing at the group of elite fighters from the Lehman family standing behind her. She had really wanted to leave with him, but decided not to as she would only be a liability to him in the event of an attack. The Lehman family has also arranged for someone to receive you upon arrival, so everything will be fine. Zoe wiped her tears as she helped Levi into the car. I'll head over there with Evie once he's settled down. Mom, Zoe. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Take good care of Evie for me. Levi said with a smile. Tsar had come over to supervise him. You're never coming back here, Levi. Don't even dream about it. If that's the case, we'll just spend the rest of our lives overseas. Either way works fine for us. Emma and Zoe broke down in tears. The god of war is innocent. Silas shouted. Tsar chuckled and pointed at Hades. Funny how you say that when you have Hades of L. Nation protecting Levi on this trip. It's obvious that Levi has been conspiring against Erudiah. With these foreigners. You. Both Hades and Silas were speechless with anger upon hearing that. That's enough, you guys. Levi shouted. Even Hades has become evidence of my treachery. With that, Levi began heading north towards the borders of Erudiah. After a lengthy drive, they arrived at the border and were greeted by a cold and barren wasteland. Tsar had personally escorted them to the border. This is as far as I'll go, Levi. You're on your own from here. Once you step past that border, you're no longer allowed to set foot in Erudiah. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1210. It was a day of desolation and grief. The time had finally come for Erudiah's God of War to be exiled. Levi smirked. Tell Windsor Campbell to watch his back. He'd better work hard to fulfill his duties to Erudiah. If he proves to be unworthy of that seal, I'll be back to pull him off his throne. Tsar broke into laughter. You? Of all people. Look who's blabbering. Nothing more than a mere loser defeated in the hands of my master, just like every other opponent. Just hurry up and get your ass out of here. Tsar thought what he had just heard must have been the world's biggest joke ever. You're barely even a worthy opponent for master even in your prime. How dare you even speak of bringing him down now that you're crippled? That's just impossible. Levi retained his smile. He signaled for the fleet to carry on. Hold it right there. A loud voice hollered from above. A few jets were descending from the sky in an enormous roar. Those private jets were recognizable. Just as they landed in a piercing screech, all the air's tires were pulled out in a simultaneous beat. A handful of men descended onto the ground in swift but almost unison steps. One of them was seated in a wheelchair pushed by another man. It was none other than Tyrone Garrison. A few men followed closely behind as he approached closer and stopped in front of the troop escorting Levi. Levi Garrison. To think that this day would befall you. Where's all that glamorous air of authority you once had? Tyrone bellowed with laughter. I'll soon be able to stand on my feet, but look at you bedridden for the rest of your life. Or should I say, you probably won't even have much time to lay crippled in bed like this. The moment you land a foot outside the border, there'll be people coming for you right away. The rest of the Garrison clan laughed along. It's retribution indeed. Tyrone saw the Lehman family's elite fighters behind Levi. He beckoned to them. You guys. Over there. Aren't you all from the Lehman family? Here to accompany him on this trip? Forget it, just go home. He chided. No. We shall obey the orders of Ms. Lopez. They answered. Not a very obedient bunch, are you? How about this? If you go back as I say, every single one of you gets 10 million from me. Otherwise, each of your precious little family will fall into my hands once I return. He threatened and lured at the same time. There were over 10 men from the Lehman family. They glanced at each other with a hint of hesitation. One by one, they began to retreat. Ha ha ha. The Garrison clan burst into laughter. The Lehman elites weren't as steadfast and loyal as expected. Levi was seemingly left all alone. Save for Hades, who remained unshaken by his side. One more over there. Aren't you going back with the rest? What's the point of sticking together with a cripple who's being banished from Erudiah? Tyrone looked at Hades in amusement. If you leave as well, I'll reward you 100 million. He tempted. No man should be able to resist a tenfold of what he offered earlier to those guys from the lemans. Hades remained silent. 1 billion. He offered again. 3 billion. 5 billion. Tyrone was willing to offer any price just to force Levi into a dead corner. Hades was unmoved. Vroom. Tyrone's offers were answered by nothing but a rumble of the car engine. Hades sped past the garrison troop. In the blink of an eye, the car disappeared into the horizon as it crossed over the borders of Erudea. He had already vowed to protect Levi even at the cost of his life. At this point, a monetary reward meant nothing. Ha ha ha. This is interesting. Tyrone laughed out loud. The Garrison clan joined in his laughter as they watched Levi's defeat. With danger lurking all around, they could only imagine how disastrous his journey would be. With only one guard by his side. Levi Garrison. What a pity. Even a stray dog lives a better life than you on this day. Tyrone felt a gush of euphoria from the bottom of his heart. This was the best day ever. It felt so much better than killing Levi Garrison himself. Tsar shook his head helplessly as he observed. What a downfall for a hero who was once hailed as the god of war. Levi laid quietly in the car as he looked out the window. The Erudian borders shrank further into the distance. Lost in thoughts, he continued to stare without a blink. The god of war shouldn't be worrying so much. I understand that feeling of not being able to return home. Hades chuckled bitterly as he drove on. It's not that bad, you know. At least your family will be coming along. It'll eventually get better once we've settled down. He added, seeing how sober Levi remained the whole time. He didn't know what else to say that could possibly make the exiled god of war feel better. Settled down, you say? Levi let out a mocking laugh. Danger is literally all around us from here on out. Just as he finished speaking, Hades' expression changed. He sensed a presence ahead of them. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1211. A large group of people came into view from the distance. Amidst a flurry of dust and ashes, Hades could sense a dominating presence as the group approached them at a steady pace. Anxiety filled him immediately. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what, he exclaimed. Levi smiled and replied calmly, it's probably not what you're thinking. They had just left the borders of Erudea. It would be too early for the enemy to make a move. Soon, the group of numerous men marched close enough that each of their faces could be seen clearly. They halted and stood a few arms' lengths away in front of the car. Levi smiled at the sight of these familiar faces. Jonah Garrison, at your service. These 19 men with me are from the Tang sect. We're here to escort the god of war on his journey. Jonah declared in a loud voice as he and the Tang sect fighters knelt before them. 4 kings of the Southern Union and the 6 slaves, at your service. One by one, each man introduced themselves in a similar manner as they too fell onto their knees. There were Johnny Lawrence, Jael Ellison, Yadriel Larson, Connor Hill, and the 6 slaves of Grover Cook. Osborne St. Jacques of Southampton and the 3 musketeers, at your service. The dual serrated monks, at your service. These were the people Levi had known. There were some new faces among the group as well. Draken, Boreas, Tigris, and Leon from the North Rush clan, at your service. 40 brothers of the East, at your service. Anonymous 80 of the West, at your service. Heavenly Guardians of the North, at your service. Dragon Warriors of the South, at your service. 28 members of the Stewart family, on our master's orders, at your service. 30 of us from the Myers family, on Our Lady's orders, at your service. 19 members of the Preston family, on our young master's orders, at your service. We have heard about the enemy's attempt to overthrow your position. The god of war has been the great savior and guardian of Erudea. We offer ourselves as a shield for you on this perilous journey. We're just a handful of rough men. Ruffians like us aren't good with our words, but we've always had the utmost regards for you. Our country wouldn't have been as safe and prosperous as it is today without you. You are the only true god of war in our hearts." The men cried out one by one. Amused and somewhat relieved, Levi smiled. Who could have predicted the way things had turned out? In the end, these rough men were the ones who had really come to escort and protect him. "You should know that the journey ahead is extremely dangerous. It's highly possible that none of us may survive." He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "We came on our own accord. None of us are afraid of death. We have faith that the god of war will one day regain his health and reclaim his throne. The evil ones shall not prevail. Long live Arudaya!" The men roared with their fists held high in the air. "Very well, then. You have my gratitude." Levi was pleased with their courageous pledge. He gazed upon the group which had gathered before him. "Arise, men! I'll be fine once I reach the arranged destination." His voice rang with authority. "We shall escort the god of war to safety at all costs." A unison cry erupted from the group of fighters as they threw their fists towards the sky. Their voices beamed with full spirit. The cheer went on for a while. As it died down, Levi Garrison spoke, "Sir, do you think it'll be too eye-catching if all of us were to set out together?" Levi shook his head. "No. It's pointless to break into smaller groups or change our route. Now, our enemies would have already set their eyes on every one of us from the very start. All right then. Let's fight them head-on when they come at us. We pledge our lives to the god of war until our very last breaths." Jonah proclaimed loudly as shouts of agreement rose from the crowd. Levi's speculation was right. Tenica had been observing every move they made. One way or another, confrontation from the enemy would be inevitable. They would have no choice but to face Tenica up front when the time comes. Meanwhile, a tense discussion ensued in the enemy's camp. "Well, looks like Levi Garrison has finally departed," Tenica announced. His face turned grim as he continued, "Everyone gets ready. It's time to let that person out and do his thing." Everyone present drew a sharp breath. All of them stifled at the mention of that person. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1212. "Let's go. Follow me to the North Gale prison," Tenica commanded as he stood up. At this moment, they were in North Gale. It was a region right across Arudaya's borders. It was the exact place where Levi was heading to. Deep beneath the ground stood a desolate and mysterious dungeon. It was a place for the most heinous and murderous captives from Bayview and North Gale. Every single prisoner locked up here had at least killed 1,000 lives. Tenica was looking for the strongest of them all. That person was known as the strongest captive of North Gale prison, who had single-handedly massacred tens of thousands. No other prisoner had ever outstripped his records. A truly demonic murderer. Legend had it that he had originated from an extremely wild and violent tribe. Secluded far away from the eyes of the world, the tribe was said to hunt all sorts of animals and eat them alive. There had also been reports about human intruders who were cannibalized. Nobody knew his name. He had always been known as the Harbinger of Death. Back then, it took dozens of nations including Raisonia, Kyria, and North Gale to devise a cross-border operation to capture him. Thousands of elite fighters were involved, yet they went through countless failures and revised strategies before he was finally taken down. He was a terrifying villain whose fighting prowess was that of an ultimate class. It was rare to even come across a god-class warrior, let alone one who ranked ultimate. Soon, Tenica and his men arrived at the prison. The place was heavily guarded with tens of thousands of warriors stationed throughout the compound. Heavy weapons were installed everywhere. The entire prison seemed like an arsenal of firearms on its own. They descended lower and lower into the depths as they headed towards the cell where the harbinger of death was held. A pair of gigantic metal doors stood before them. It was specially customized with a thickness of almost 2 meters and weighed over 100 tons. This was the deepest part of the dungeon, completely devoid of sunlight and warmth from above. The atmosphere was filled with an eerie air. The temperature had dropped significantly as well. Many of Tenika's men shuddered. They did not even dare take a step closer. At the thought of seeing the harbinger of death right behind the doors, all of them eventually stopped in their tracks. Tenika shot them a scornful glare. Useless pieces of trash, he rebuked. He proceeded towards the cell alone and unlocked the doors. With a forceful thrust, the doors gradually swung open with a ghastly creak, followed by a heavy grunt. Grrrrrrrrr. Thud. A sinister and deadly aura gushed out and engulfed the whole room. Within the narrow cell, several metal chains were securely fastened onto a single man. Or rather, a beast. The aura exuding from the person was far from that of a human. The prisoner lifted his head slowly. Beneath a messy shroud of long hair, his eyes emitted an icy, merciless flash. For a brief second, Tenika felt as if somebody had gripped his neck. "What do you want from me?" the prisoner sneered. His voice was extremely hoarse. It sounded like the deep growl of a vicious beast. "I'm here to give you a chance to freedom," Tenika answered as he regained his composure. The harbinger of death glared at him suspiciously. He had been held in this cold, dark place for 4 years. An offer of freedom at a time like this? "I'll set you free on one condition: kill somebody for me." Tenika returned his stare calmly. The harbinger of death let out a raucous chuckle. "Aren't you afraid that I'll bring you all another disaster? An ultimate class demon would never be controllable once he's freed. It would be an almost impossible feat to recapture him. And of course, someone like him wouldn't obey anyone's instructions. Fret not. Firstly, I'll have you drink a special poison before letting you out of here. Secondly, the person I want you to kill," Tenika paused and gave a teasing smirk, "is none other than Arudia's god of war, Levi Garrison." The harbinger of death's eyes lit up at that name. "Agreed," he exclaimed immediately with a wide grin, revealing his horribly jagged and crooked teeth that were as sharp as a beast's fangs. Knowing well who the target was, there's no need for him to hesitate. Tenika ordered his men to bring the poison and watched as the demon gulped it down. The harbinger of death wasn't the only one given the poison. It had been distributed to every other prisoner, whom Tenika had set free under the same condition. "Go. Bring me the head of Arudia's god of war." Ha 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 ha. Tenika's laughter echoed throughout the dungeon. Hundreds of vicious killers rushed out of North Gale prison in an instant as the harbinger of death led them. Evil laughter and frenzied screams filled the air as the freed prisoners poured out of the gate. Very soon, destruction would once again strike the world above them. In order to annihilate Levi Garrison, Tenika would go to any lengths. His hatred towards Levi was beyond measure. Even his men shivered at the sight of the crazy mob scrambling out towards the ground above. As much as they had obeyed Tenika, they could never fathom such an act of cold-blooded tyranny by their leader. It was sheer terror. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector, Chapter 1213. On the other side, Levi and his group drove across the desert land at full speed. They had to make it to the designated town as fast as possible. The god of war would be safe once they sent him there. The journey was unexpectedly smooth. "It seems like no one is coming after all," Jonah and the others thought to themselves. Came to think of it, who would want to go after a man who was crippled and exiled? He wouldn't pose a threat in any way. Even a 5-year-old child could kill him with ease. What's the point of wasting a few countries' resources just to get rid of him? Everyone began to feel relieved. At last, their objective would be fulfilled without much trouble. Levi would be safe. God of War, will be entering a small town soon. It's barely 30 kilometers from your destined location. We should be safe once we make it past this town. Hades said. All right. Tell everyone to be on guard. Something feels off to me. Levi warned. His right eyelid had been throbbing the whole time. The town ahead seemed oddly quiet and lifeless. There weren't any signs of a single civilian on the streets at all. In fact, the atmosphere felt sinister. Much to his dismay, he couldn't move an inch at this moment. How he wished it were just a pretense. Alas, it's undeniable that he's disabled for real. He began to worry. He didn't wish for any of the men escorting him to be harmed. Before he could worry longer, the group arrived at the town. It wasn't a large settlement. Only one main street could be seen, spanning an estimated length of 3 kilometers. Skreek. The car jolted into an abrupt halt as Hades braked suddenly. They were greeted by a morbid sight as they neared the town center. A sickening stench filled the air as dead bodies were piled up across the main street. Fresh blood was splattered in every corner. These were the bodies of the town's residents. The old and young, women and children. None of them were spared. God of War. It seems like this whole town was massacred just a while ago. Hades drew a sharp breath. Son of Ab*tch, Levi cursed bitterly. He was angered. The last thing he had ever wanted would be to see innocent civilians killed like this. Even if they weren't the people of Erudia. Be careful. Let's move these bodies aside quickly. We have to get past this town as fast as we can. Jonah ordered the group as he took the lead. There was no time to waste. They had to make an opening out of the mountain of corpses obstructing their way. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a series of savage laughter and shrieks echoed from their surroundings. One shadow followed after another as they emerged from every corner. The figures approaching them were dressed in worn-out clothing and untamed hair. They looked like primitive cavemen. The escort group frantically readied their weapons. They sensed an intense bloodthirst. The enemies gave off an extremely powerful vibe. There were indeed a few god-class fighters among the berserk mob. They fixed their bloodshot eyes at Levi's fleet. We're in deep trouble. Someone exclaimed. The group gasped in horror as they made sense of the situation. With one clear look at the enemy, they could tell these people weren't just a bunch of deranged barbarians. They were lunatics with frightening power. Take the head of the God of War. A maniacal shriek pierced through the heavy air. Exhilarated at their newfound freedom out of Northgale prison, the convicts charged towards Levi at lightning speed. Brothers! We shall fight for the God of War until the very end. Jonah roared. A series of battle cries echoed after him as the crowd prepared to engage the enemies. Erudia's God of War will not fall like this. For Erudia. For the God of War. Charge! In the blink of an eye, both parties clashed in a violent rampage. Darn it! Levi shouted with rage. Everybody was fighting for his sake. On the other hand, he couldn't even move a limb. He hated every second that had passed. Panic filled him as he struggled in vain. He didn't want to see any of the men die before his eyes. The man hated every bit of himself. God knew how much had he wanted to get up. He wanted to fight alongside everyone. But what good was he now? He had never felt so desperate throughout his entire life. Meanwhile, at the top floor of a nearby building, the harbinger of death stood alone, his keen eyes scanning through the battlefield. His mouth was drenched in a grimy splatter of red. He observed the scene as wet blood dripped from a chunk of meat clutched in his hand. It was a piece of raw flesh. Nobody would have known which animal or who was it from. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1214. Sigh. Levi Garrison, why should I waste my time on you now that you've become a piece of trash? The harbinger of death lost interest as soon as he spotted the crippled Levi sheltered in the car. Like Windsor Campbell, he too had wanted to kill the god of war in his prime sovereignty. But the person he saw now was a weak, defenseless Levi. Anyone could have finished him off at his fingertips. He was no longer a worthy opponent. The harbinger of death withdrew his attention from the battlefield. He tore another bite off the meat with his sharp teeth. More blood trickled and dripped onto the ground as he feasted. In the center of the town, sparks and explosions filled the air. The prisoners had frightening strength. Like a disoriented pack of wild beasts released from captivity, their ecstatic craze of being freed earlier had elevated their brutal power. Levi's group of escorts were no less potent. Each side fought for a different goal. The enemies sought to murder and destroy, the Erudians aimed to protect their pride and virtue. Tears swirled in his eyes as Levi watched Jonah charge into the midst of the enemies with a blade in one hand. That man was someone who had one foot in the grave. Yet he was there, fiercely fighting on. For his sake along with the others. Most of the men didn't even know each other. But all of them united and fought valiantly. If they were to forsake their own lives in return, so be it. It would be a worthy sacrifice for the justice they shared. For the land of Erudia they shared. Levi's face twitched in despair. I hate this. He despised his current self who wasn't able to lift his blade and protect the people of Erudia. Charge! Kill them! Jonah was leading on the front line. The Tang sect elites followed closely as they attacked. Like a pack of ferocious tigers. The four kings soon charged forward in a split second. Draken and the trio followed suit in tacit understanding. They wouldn't let the pride of the Northrush clan crumble without a fight alongside the other warriors. They quickly invaded the enemy's horde and took down a mass. All the other men too, fought to the best of their abilities. Whatever it took, they wouldn't let a single enemy move a step closer to the car where Levi was inside. Hades kept on driving forward as much as he could. As a handful of men dragged and rolled the dead bodies aside, the car inched forward slowly. Every single fighter had his hands full with making an opening for the car and defending against the enemy's onslaught at the same time. Whoosh! Thud! Bang! Before long, bodies were flung into the air one by one. Each landed with a heavy thud as they dropped dead on the blood-stained ground. Those were the elites from the Preston family. Boom! Thump! Blood spilled and splattered in all directions. More bodies collapsed as time went on. Both sides suffered a huge loss as the wild battle raged on. The mountain of dead civilian bodies that had clogged up the street earlier had been cleared apart. Nevertheless, the car transporting Levi had only managed to advance over a mere 10 meters. Hundreds of killers still stood in the way ahead of them. There was no other option to leave this town unharmed. Bloodshed was inevitable. Let's go, brothers! It was the 40 brothers of the East. They roared as they rushed towards the barrier of enemies. The 40 men were soon overwhelmed as arrows rained down from the sky. One by one, they fell. Within a minute, no one was left standing. How tragic! Yet how gallant they were! Their sacrifice had made an opening for the rest. It's our turn now. Charge! This time it was the anonymous 80 of the West. The League comprised men from various walks of life. Among them were retired military officers, hunters, martial art coaches, and members of other professions. To put it simply, they were but a group of commoners. Regular civilians who established a combat guild in order to aid Levi. They charged into the swarm of enemies. Kill them. Fight. We're not going down until we pave a way for the god of war. They were 80 commoners, yet they were as valiant as 80 fearless beasts. Whoosh. Clang. Gush. More blood were spilled. More bodies were strewn. They braved the battle with wounded bodies. No one was wasting the opportunity that the 40 brothers had set up for them at the cost of their lives. The enemies were surprised. Their opponents clearly lacked in fighting strategies and combat skills. Despite that, they stubbornly clawed and tore at their defense like ravenous animals. As if they weren't afflicted by their wounds and injuries at all. This was unimaginable. What's wrong with these commoners? These men were crazier than themselves. Thump. Thud. Crash. Get the god of war out of here. The difference in strength proved far too large after all. In the end, the anonymous 80 of the West was completely defeated and laid lifeless in a pool of blood. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1215. Another 80 men thus drew their last breaths on a foreign battlefield. Tears finally trickled down Levi's face. Exemplary men of Arudiah. You are a true hero. Every one of you. More guilt and hatred seized his entire self. Why did it have to become like this? Protected at the cost of multiple lives while not being able to do anything himself? He was increasingly tormented at the awareness that he was incapable to fight. He didn't want more lives to be lost. Warriors from both the west and the east had fallen. At long last, an opening had become more visible across the street. The sacrifice of the fallen warriors had paid off. Not a single one of them died without a smile on his face. Attack! Avenge our brothers from the east and the west! The dragon warriors of the south and the heavenly guardians of the north dashed forward. They continued to breach into the enemy's turf and expand the passage opened up by the fallen heroes. The tables had begun to turn. It's as if the deaths of the warriors were a sacred sacrifice that had been received by the gods above. Levi's men started to gain the upper hand. Perhaps the gods' blessings had descended on them. Little by little, the remaining killers from North Gale Prison were forced backward as they pushed on. In a split second, the fleet had advanced another 100 meters. The sudden commotion had caught the attention of the harbinger of death once again. Bunch of trash! He berated in anger. He continued gnawing and chewing on the piece of raw meat brutishly. Meanwhile, the bloody war continued on the street. The North Gale prisoners were taken aback at the sudden reversal of the situation. What happened to these measly peasants? Weren't they already on the losing end since the beginning? They were throwing their lives away like crazy beasts. Such frightening zeal! The prisoners were still in shock and amazement. Why were they doing this? All for a cripple? A traitor? All for a now useless Levi Garrison? Was he really worth it? They could never understand the men's devotion to their leader and their beloved nation. This was something outcasts and murderers like them could never comprehend. Onward! Kill them all! We'll soon make it through. Jonah continued waving and slashing his blade. His eyes were bloodshot. The Tang sect kept the enemies busy as they launched their strikes in all forms: secret weapons, poisoned ammunition, and explosive firearms. The North Rush clan were equally unrelenting. Their blows and kicks cascaded down on their foes in a swift, continuous stream, like a raging torrent. The Three Musketeers and the dual-serrated monks too, were unfaltering. They all knew how great their loss had been. The numbers of those who had fallen kept rising. There were constantly fellow men who were severely injured. In spite of those, they had finally gained the advantage. They wouldn't let themselves back down or waver at any moment. Boom! Pow! Wham! The rampage continued. More blood was shed. Jonah had over 10 slash wounds across his body. The vivid red that had covered him along with dust and debris, had made his aged white crown appear even brighter. All 19 men from the Tang sect were just as wounded if no less, albeit there wasn't a single death amongst them. One of them had both his arms broken while another lost a leg. Neither of them moaned. Each continued to fight with maximum strength. This was the first time Levi could only observe the battlefield as a complete spectator. He quietly swore to never forget this sight: the dead and the critically wounded, all who had fallen on the earth for his sake. These people were the pride of Arudaya. Men who fought with relentless honor. Brave warriors with iron blood. Their sacrifices were not in vain. The enemy's forces were diminishing. Dead bodies from both sides littered all over the ground. The Northgale prisoners had only been treating this battle like a game of eagles hunting chicks. But who would have known that these hunted chicks turned out to be such a fearful force? Even their fellow God-class prisoners were killed. Come on! Come at us if you dare! Jonah roared at the enemies, waving his blade at them. His physical strength was about to give away. He staggered for a second and nearly stumbled. Nonetheless, his will to fight was unyielding. I will kill every single one of you who comes. Not far from him stood Johnny and Yadriel of the Four Kings, with a few others. Their bloodshot eyes fumed with rage. Their spear guns and blades were drenched in red. The blood of those who were killed at the tip of their weapons continued to drip and trickle. Ah! Run! Fear began to consume the remaining dozens of prisoners. They staggered backward and prepared to turn and run. A scene like this was unimaginable. Who would have believed if this news were to spread out? Who would have believed if they were told that thousands of murderous criminals from the Northgale prison were scared away by regular men? Utter trash! You're all useless! A raging demonic voice roared from behind them. The harbinger of death appeared just as they started running away. Boom! Just as one of the prisoners ran past him, he landed a slap on his head. The prisoner's skull burst into a flurry of flesh and bones in that instant. Boom! Arg! Another slap followed and one more skull exploded. One after another, the harbinger of death dealt a fatal blow to every prisoner who tried to escape. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1216. Meanwhile, Jonah Garrison and his men burst into laughter at their survival. We did it, everyone! Thank you for your hard work! Levi yelled. Suddenly, his intuition told him that something dangerous was coming, and it made him frown. Boom! A huge gust of wind swept through the streets, bringing with it a strong bloody stench and an avalanche of dead leaves. Jonah Garrison and his men's smiles melted off their faces immediately as fear got the better of them. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end, and their hands turned clammy with cold sweat. They could almost feel their blood curdling in their veins. The person they feared was not even at the scene yet, but his aura could make anyone's legs turn to jelly. He was like a feral beast that just woke up from a century-long nap. A few moments later, a shadow emerged from the other end of the street, and it had an eerie resemblance to the one they met before. However, the person before them was gnawing on a piece of raw meat, with the bone still attached and blood dripping onto the streets. From the looks of it, he looked like a cannibal. It's him, someone shouted, and Levi turned pale in the face. I know this person. It took the combined effort of many countries to catch the harbinger of death and throw him into Northgale prison for life, and now he's back to finish us off. They really want me dead, huh? He's the harbinger of death from the ultimate class. He's targeting me, so leave while you still have the chance. Levi commanded frantically. The last thing he wanted to see was more unnecessary bloodshed. He's way too strong. Thousands of top-class fighters have fallen in the international operation to capture him. He's way out of anyone's league. Leave. Just leave, he shouted, but no one budged. No one wanted to give up just yet, especially since they were barely 30 kilometers from safety. Just a while more, and Levi would be able to plan for the next part of their journey. No way. I can't bear to leave you, God of War. Jonah smirked. We'll suffer even more if we left you at this juncture. I'm not scared of death. Heck, I'll even bring a piece of him down to hell with me. We must fight and send the God of War to the designated location. There's no way we can't overwhelm that guy with our strength in numbers. Levi had wanted to chase the others away, but his words only made them even more confident. Everyone refused to retreat, and Levi bit his lip in reluctance. I don't want to see anyone die in vain anymore. I hate this. I wish I could at least stand up and lead the charge, even if I were to die in the process. But why can't I even move my fingers? Die, Levi Garrison, the harbinger of death growled, tossing the meat in his mouth aside and advancing towards Levi. Everyone! Kill him! Ha ha ha! It'll be such an honor to be able to kill someone from the ultimate class. Jonah and his men chuckled loudly, their confidence at an all-time high. Listen to me. Leave this place at once. Levi yelled desperately. No, no more deaths, please. Nevertheless, everyone exchanged glances and grinned. Apologies, this is an order we cannot execute. Before Levi could say another word, several people have already rushed forward. The Myers of Oakland shall lead the charge. Don't forget the Stewarts of Oakland. Both families only had around 20 members left standing, but they charged forward. Nonetheless, 40 long swords glinted under the sunlight as they descended upon the harbinger of death's body. Clank! Clank! To everyone's horror, the blades simply bounced off his skin with a loud metallic clink, and the harbinger of death emerged from their onslaught completely unscathed. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1217. Boom! A chilling shockwave shook the ground beneath them, followed by a deafening explosion. A person flew out of the mess with a giant, bloody hole in his torso and landed on the ground in a lifeless heap. Boom! The harbinger of death landed another punch, and it shattered everything in the poor victim's chest on impact. Boom! Arg! Another person slumped onto the ground with his spine snapped into two. Boom! A severed head landed on the ground not too far away, its eyes still wide open and frozen in fear. Every one of his moves could kill, as though he was the Grim Reaper himself. Boom! Yet another person's organs shattered into a bloody mess inside his body as the harbinger of death rammed his foot into his torso. In just 30 seconds, all that was left of the 40 fighters were marred bodies and broken forms. Everyone else gaped at the harbinger of death, shivering in fear. He's strong. He's way too strong. No wonder he's from the ultimate class. We've underestimated him. Leave! Levi hollered, his eyes brimming with tears. People were giving up their lives for him, and he would never forgive himself for allowing that to happen. Hades, take the God of War away from this place with your men. This guy is too dangerous. Johnny Lawrence commanded. After a while, Levi left the scene together with Jonah, Osborne, the dual-serrated monks, the 3 musketeers, as well as a bunch of other capable fighters, leaving the rest behind to keep the harbinger of death occupied. No! We can't leave them there! Levi screamed, knowing full well what their fate was. However, his men refused to retreat. You're in big trouble, harbinger. Johnny Lawrence yelled with a smirk on his face. At that moment, the four kings surrounded the harbinger of death and yelled, "Kill him!" With that, the rest of the crowd charged towards the harbinger of death in an attempt to kill, or at least overwhelm him. "Die!" the harbinger of death yelled, snapping the neck of the person closest to him. Boom! Crash! Splat! However, none of their attacks worked. It was as though they were attacking a metal mannequin. Everyone knew that the harbinger of death had a bulletproof body of steel, and that was precisely why it took 12 countries and 1,000 fighters to capture him and throw him in jail. But that was the best they could do since he was impossible to kill. His mere presence could make anyone break out in cold sweat. Crack! Crash! Boom! Every move the harbinger of death made was lethal. Within minutes, the ground near his feet was littered with bodies, and 2 entire factions have fallen. He could kill a person with 1 strike, and no one was ever able to survive his attacks. "You're going down, Harbinger. We're buying time for the god of war." Johnny and the rest of the fighters went all out against the harbinger of death, but they were fighting a losing battle. Splat! Crash! Snap! Unfortunately for them, the harbinger of death was immune to all their attacks. Even the Tang sect's discreet weapons and poisons did not even come close to making a scratch on his body. In fact, most of their members were already lying in heaps on the ground, some of them broken into several pieces. The 6 slaves were gone as well, with holes and bruises all over their dead bodies. "Keep him occupied even if it costs you your life," the rest of them yelled. However, that did not make the fight any easier. No one would be able to win a fight against someone from the ultimate class, and asking for one would be a surefire way to die. Soon, more and more fighters dropped dead like flies as the fight went on. Draken, Boreas, Tigress, and Leon from the North Rush clan, Johnny, Jael, Yadriel, Connor. The street was eerily quiet, and there was not a soul to be seen. Alas, the fierce fight had ended. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1218. In just a few short minutes, all that was left of the brave bunch was a heap of mangled bodies. Not even a single person survived the ordeal. However, none of them backed out of the fight or wavered in their stance. All of them were willing to die for Arudaya. "What a bunch of pests," the harbinger of death scoffed. "The fighters have held him back for a mere 12 minutes, and Levi would not have gotten far in just 12 minutes. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong the moment he tried to lift his leg. "Why can't I move?" He looked down and was horrified to find the dead bodies of Johnny Lawrence and everyone else clinging onto his legs tightly. Now that rigor mortis was setting in, their hardened bodies held him down like a dead weight. Their collective strength managed to hold him down, making it impossible for him to even make a single step. It was their last-ditch effort as brave Arudayan men to keep the enemy occupied. They refused to admit defeat, even after death had befallen them. "Get out of my way," the harbinger of death bellowed, shaking the dead bodies off him. "You will never get away from me, Levi Garrison." With that, the harbinger of death was on his way again. The Arudayan warriors have held him up for a mere 15 minutes, but their efforts have not gone to waste. Those 15 minutes had cost them their lives, and that made it priceless. Meanwhile, Jonah and the others rushed towards the designated town at full speed with Levi in tow. Time was ticking, and they could almost visualize the fates of Johnny Lawrence and the rest who chose to stay behind. The harbinger of death was practically undefeatable, after all. 3 more kilometers! Hades yelled. Everyone's eyes brightened up at his statement. No one knew what the town they were heading towards looked like, but they trusted Levi when he said that they would be safe once they arrived. It was a huge source of motivation for them. Boom! However, before they could rejoice, a giant rock crashed into the side of the car. If not for Hades' quick reflexes, they would have toppled over on impact. By the time everyone wrapped their head around the situation, another person had appeared before their eyes. It was the Harbinger of Death. His supersonic speed allowed him to catch up with Levi before he could get to his destination. Boom! An explosion went off in everyone's heads at the sight of him. All of them are dead. None of them survived. Nice. Well done. Jonah yelled. That's how Rudian men should be. Thank you. We will avenge you, everyone chorused. I owe you one. Levi said, gritting his teeth and holding back tears. When I get better, I'll paint the sky red with those scumbags' blood. He hated how things turned out. For all his life, he had spent years fighting to keep Rudians safe from threats, and yet there were still people dying for the sake of his own life. I can't allow this. I won't. You won't have a chance to do that. Time to die, the Harbinger of Death bellowed with a cold smirk. Hades! Send the god of war to the town. We'll buy time for you. Jonah said as he trained his eyes on the Harbinger of Death. Everyone was ready to battle to the death. However, just as Hades was about to drive off, the Harbinger of Death lifted his foot and brought it down upon the hood of the car. Boom! Crack! The hood of the car was shattered into pieces immediately. His powerful stomp had destroyed the car completely, and even Hades was injured from the sudden attack. Don't you dare leave, the Harbinger of Death scoffed. All of you are dead meat to me. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1219. Kill him. Jonah and the others rushed forward and surrounded the Harbinger of Death. Hades! Carry the God of War to the designated location. Jonah yelled. Hades obeyed his instructions immediately. Seeing all this, the Harbinger of Death merely grinned. Anyone below the ultimate class is nothing but a mere pest. Ha! You won't be able to stop me. Boom! Crash! Splat! Clank! The Harbinger of Death crushed each person who came forward with nothing but his palms. And there was already a pile of bodies forming by his feet after just 30 seconds. Levi watched in horror as more and more of his men fell to the ground before the Harbinger of Death. You're not getting away today. Jonah yelled, raising his long sword and bringing it down upon the Harbinger of Death's head. Boom! Before anyone could react, the Harbinger of Death had already grabbed his neck and snapped it into two. Crack! The Harbinger of Death tossed Jonah's body into the air and punched a hole through his torso. Jonah was thrown onto the street about 10 meters away from the Harbinger of Death, and he managed to mutter, "I must protect the god of," before taking his final breath. Crash! Take this, you murderer! The three musketeers and Osborne yelled as they rushed forwards to challenge the Harbinger of Death. In the end, Osborne was crushed under the Harbinger of Death's foot. The three musketeers were tossed into a pile on the ground, their blood cascading down onto the ground like a fountain. Even as their souls left their bodies, they refused to let go of their long swords. Boom! Crash! After a while, all that was left were the dual-serrated monks, who were the strongest ones in the bunch. In fact, they were the only ones strong enough to pose a challenge to the Harbinger of Death. Crash! Clank! They brought their metal sticks upon the Harbinger of Death's head over and over again, which managed to make him stagger backward for a few seconds. Die! He yelled after a while, his eyes glinting dangerously. Crack! Snap! He somehow managed to break the monk's sticks into several pieces with his bare hands. Splat! Crash! He flung the monks onto the street after punching a hole through their torsos. With that, Everyone who accompanied Levi on this mission had sacrificed themselves in the race towards safety. All of them were brave heroes, no matter what their backgrounds were. Those scheming aristocrats would never compare to them, for they had the courage to stand up for what was right. "We're going to be there soon," Hades yelled as the town came into view. They were only around 100 meters away from the entrance of the town, and Hades broke into a sprint. Levi, on the other hand, was horrified to see the harbinger of death catching up to them from behind. After just a few seconds, he managed to narrow the gap to just 10 meters. Hades gritted his teeth. "Just a few more meters. Aren't you from El Nation? Why are you protecting your enemy, the harbinger of death?" asked. "You don't understand. The god of war is my hero," Hades yelled. Without warning, he tossed Levi in the direction of the town's entrance, and he landed squarely at the gates. "You're asking for it," the harbinger of death yelled, barreling towards Levi at top speed. Boom! However, before he could get close to Levi, Hades grabbed his waist and held on tight. Die! Boom! Crash! Clash! The harbinger of death landed several punches on Hades' back, and blood gushed out of the latter's eyes. Even so, Hades had a large grin on his face. "I've done it, everyone," he yelled. The harbinger of death continued to pound his fists onto Hades' body, turning him into an unrecognizable heap of minced meat. There was nothing Levi could do but watch in desperation. "So what if you've arrived at the town?" the harbinger of death bellowed at Levi, shooting him a menacing glare. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1220. What's the point of all this? Why are you protecting this piece of trash? The harbinger of death snickered. What a bunch of dimwits. Killing Levi would not be hard for him even in Arudia, let alone a tiny town in North Gale. How stupid of them to protect him. It's absolutely worthless. They're just sacrificing themselves for no good reason. Meanwhile, Levi could only stare at Hades' dead body on the ground from where he lay, sprawled just outside the gates. He had been overcome with helplessness as he watched his men give up their lives for his sake. However, there was nothing he could do. "I hate this!" He wanted to scream, but his throat was too dry for it. Not only that, but he wanted to kill the murderer standing before him, yet his legs would not listen to his brain's commands. Strangers and friends alike admired him, and he owed them the world for it. "I need to avenge them. I must." After all that, the harbinger of death fixed his gaze on Levi and started to walk towards him. With each blink of his eyes, the harbinger of death came 10 meters closer. He chuckled as he stared at Levi. "What's the point of that battle? It's absolutely useless." Unfazed, Levi glared at him. "Watch it. You're going to die soon." "Ha ha ha. Me? Dying? No way." He was not exactly boasting after all, it took 1,000 fighters just to restrain him back. Then it would take 1,000,000 more to kill him. "Die, Levi Garrison," the harbinger of death bellowed, raising his palm and bringing it down upon Levi's head. Boom! However, before he could flatten Levi into a pancake, a huge explosion rang through the air. Crash! A powerful force rammed into the harbinger of death's chest, and it sent him flying backward with blood spewing out of his mouth. Hiss! He staggered backward for a good 10 meters before slowing to a halt. When he looked down, he was horrified to see several cracks appearing on the ground beneath him. His shirt was tattered and torn at the chest area, and a large, bloody palm print was slowly appearing on his chest. The harbinger of death was supposed to be immune to all kinds of weapons, and not even the sharpest blade could come close to making a scratch on his skin. That was why the surprise attack and the mark shocked him. Without giving him a chance to recover, a shadow rushed forward and landed another punch on his chest. Boom! The pain that followed was like a nuclear explosion. "How dare you!" he bellowed, swinging his fist at the shadow. Crash! The moment their fists connected, a huge shockwave shook the ground as though an air raid had occurred. Crack! The harbinger of death's arm burst open the very next second, spewing blood and gore everywhere. It came as a shock to him. What the? How could this happen? What kind of monster could I be facing against? Boom! Crash! Snap! Arg! Ouch! Arg! The shadow landed a few more punches without even giving the harbinger of death a chance to breathe. As time went on, his chest began to cave in, and blood continued to spill out of his mouth in alarming amounts. His shoulders sagged, but it was not the end of the ordeal yet. Boom! 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 The shadow continued to throw punch after punch onto the harbinger of death's body, tearing open his flesh and exposing everything inside. After a while, his body was nothing but a mangled piece of meat. Then, he fell to the ground, dead from the pain. Even as he took his last breath, he struggled to understand why he was defeated so easily. Nothing posed a challenge to him, and no one in Northgale had ever won in a fight against him. It took the combined effort of a dozen countries to catch him and throw him into prison, and little did he expect to meet his end in the hands of a person whose face he could not even see. The person was dressed entirely in black, complete with a half-devil, half-angel mask. As the harbinger of death fell to the ground in defeat, several people in similar get-ups walked out of the gates of the town. Boom! The crowd fell to their knees before Levi. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1221. Greetings, Master, 1,000 cloaked men and women chorused, shaking every rock and ruffling every blade of grass around them. Please give your orders, Master. We will kill whoever dares to lay their hands on you, the man who killed the harbinger of death said as he stepped forward. They had known what Levi went through over the past few months, but they were just as helpless as he was. Without Levi's orders, they could not do anything but stay in the shadows. Your orders, Master, the crowd roared. These cloaked people were none other than Levi's own secret troops. They had no connections to Arudia whatsoever on the surface, for they have been hidden overseas ever since Levi established the organization, known as the Calamity. The purpose of their existence was to provide aid in times of crisis and protect Arudia from any threats. Thus, they spend most of their time in hiding, only emerging from the shadows when an emergency occurred. By right, the Calamity belonged to the Arudian state and not Levi, but no one knew about that connection. Only Levi and a certain other person knew the truth about the Calamity, and even someone like the Azure Dragon was ignorant about its existence. Every member of the Calamity had one thing in common, and that was their lack of identity. While information about Levi remained top secret, the members of the Calamity did not exist in any kind of Arudian records. In other words, it was almost like they never existed, to begin with. In fact, it would have stayed that way if not for Levi. Mobilizing the Calamity would be a massive chore, for it required two keys. Levi was one, while another person held on to the other key. Both of them must give the green light before the Calamity could be mobilized. However, with Levi missing in action and the other person nowhere to be found, the members of the Calamity had no choice but to stay hidden. The only other way to mobilize them would be for Levi to seek them out personally, but everyone knew that that was nearly impossible to achieve. Hades would not have been able to send Levi to Northgale by himself, and Levi was about to give up hope when the Harbinger of Death caught up to them. That was where the brave souls from Arudaya appeared and sacrificed their lives just to buy time for Hades and Levi. I won't let any one of you die in vain. Levi growled. I must seek Mr. Finch out and slice them into pieces with my own 2 hands. Suddenly, 2 other men and 1 woman stepped forward and kneeled before Levi. East Sky Lord, West Sky Lord, and South Sky Lord of the Calamity at your service. Master, they chorused. The man who had pounded the Harbinger of Death into a pile of mess earlier on had been the North Sky Lord. The Master and the 4 Lords were the highest forms of authority in the Calamity, while the rest of the members were split into factions led by the 4 Lords. The East Sky Lord was in charge of expanding their influence, and the Calamity had since taken over several organizations. The West Sky Lord came up with plans for operations and had access to every source of information and intelligence networks. Meanwhile, the South Sky Lord managed the finances, and the Calamity lived comfortably under the South Sky Lord's careful planning. Lastly, the North Sky Lord oversaw training operations, shaping the Calamity into an undefeatable force. As a result, the Calamity had seen a massive development since its conception under the leadership of the 4 Lords. The Calamity had since grown into something even more powerful than the Blood King. Palace. Shall we mobilize the Calamity, Master? The 4 Lords asked in unison. Yes. Levi answered decisively with a blank expression on his face. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1222. Once the Calamity was mobilized, they would come out of hiding, which would change the world drastically. Unless the situation was dire, Levi never mobilized them. However, now was the time to summon them into the light. Every member of the Calamity beamed brightly at Levi's order. We can finally emerge from the shadows and see the light of day. The Calamity has officially been mobilized, Master. We await your orders. The 4 Lords chorused out loud. All right. I'll follow up with you soon, Levi said, nodding. Master, I've heard that the Blood King Palace had poisoned you with the product of one of their decade-long projects. Is that true? The West Sky Lord asked tentatively. As the only female lord, she was the most attentive to detail, and that was why she was in charge of their intelligence networks. Yes, but it's gone now, Levi said. What? The West Sky Lord exclaimed, surprised. From the intel she had gathered, she knew that the poisons developed by the Blood King Palace spelled certain doom for their victims once injected into their bodies. Not even the strongest cleansers could save them. Levi sighed. I got lucky and ran into the gathering of the Octometic. One of them, in particular, was adept in using poisons to cleanse a poison victim's body, and that was how I was saved from certain doom. At that time, Levi had spent a whole night discussing those matters with the Octometic. And it took a while before Benny Quinton finally realized that Levi had been cured of the poison. However, despite the doctor's best efforts, Levi could no longer move on his own accord. The poison had destroyed all his nerves, and the hardships he went through did not make it any better. He was lucky to still be alive, for being able to survive was in itself the best possible scenario, even if he could not move. Arudayan doctors are the best. I knew I was right to trust the work of our ancestors. The crowd chattered away happily as the North Sky Lord studied Levi from head to toe. He shook his head with a sigh. Looks like it's going to stay this way forever. The North Sky Lord was the best fighter in the Calamity, and killing someone like the Harbinger of Death was like a stroll on the streets to him. If he said that Levi would never recover fully, he meant that Levi would actually be crippled for the rest of his life. Hey, everyone chorused in shock. Our master, is he going to be bedridden for the rest of his life? However, Levi simply smirked. East, go and take care of this for me. West, I need to you find out about. After Levi gave his orders to the lords, he proceeded to settle down. The tiny town in the outskirts of Northgale was pretty much deserted, and he would be able to live under the radar for a while if he stayed there. Taking out his phone, Levi gave Zoe a call, who almost broke down upon hearing his voice. "I'm fine, Levi. I'll personally escort you back once I settle down," she said. Levi smiled to hide how reluctant he felt. "All right. Great to hear that you're doing well. Stay vigilant from now on, and don't tell anyone about our conversations." Meanwhile, in a castle somewhere in Northgale, Teneke was in a meeting with a group of people. Shouldn't Levi be dead by now?" Teneke asked. He had entrusted the Harbinger of Death and his other goons with the task of killing Levi. However, he had heard nothing but radio silence from them for the past few hours. "Did something happen?" someone asked. "I have a bad feeling about this. One of you should go and check on the Harbinger," Teneke said, his face paling. Suddenly, someone ran over yelling, "I have something to report." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1223. "What is it? Just say it," Teneke ordered impatiently. "It's about Levi Garrison. His entire army fell in the battle against the Harbinger, and he's dead as well," the person reported. "We've suffered a great loss as well. The only person who survived was the Harbinger himself." "Where's the Harbinger of Death now?" Teneke asked. "He's gone. Looks like he's just a feral beast that can't be tamed," Teneke said, smirking. "Whatever. We'll just capture him again when we need him." After a while, he gathered enough evidence to prove that Levi was dead, and so was his entire party. "Ha ha ha. You're finally dead, Levi Garrison. Don't you know how much of an annoying gnat you were when you were alive?" Teneke scoffed. "You there. Announce to the world that Levi Garrison is dead. As for us, let's have a 3-day-long party." When news got out that the former god of war of Erudaya had met his end in Northgale, it created a huge shock across the world. The leaders of several powerful organizations welcomed the news with open arms. Their oppressor was gone, and they were free to do whatever they desired. Gone were the days they lived in constant fear and anxiety. Everyone else in Erudaya was in a state of shock as well. When rumors of his betrayal first appeared, some people began to berate and belittle him, while the others tried their best to protect his reputation. "No. This can't be true. The god of war wouldn't die. Can't you tell that someone's behind all this?" As they prayed for his safe return, malicious comments began to surface as well. "I'm so glad he's dead. That's what a traitor deserves. I can't wait to celebrate his death." The rich families of Southampton and Oakland City were delighted to hear of the news, for they could finally be freed from Levi's suffocating iron grip. In particular, the Garrison family cheered the moment they heard of the news. As the laughter continued, Tyrone looked at his family members proudly and said, "I was right. He's dead to me the moment he left Erudaya. He's no match for me." Olivia grinned. "Did you see that, Damien? Levi is dead. We've avenged you." Over at the Garcias, people were jumping up and down in excitement. "Look how the tables have turned, Levi Garrison. You ripped my limbs off my body and lost your life because of it. Ha ha ha." Conrad guffawed. Meanwhile, at a base camp, "Levi Garrison is dead," Tsar reported. Windsor simply huffed and said, "Whatever. He's just a failure." When Zoe and Emma heard of Levi's death, they were shocked as well. Zoe could feel a sheen of cold sweat forming on her forehead as Levi's words rang in her head. "I mustn't tell anyone about our conversation. Mom, it's time we begin the act, she told Emma. Yet. I'm glad he told us about the plan earlier, or else I would have thrown myself off this building, Emma said, heaving a sigh of relief. Zoe grinned. I'm sure he has his reasons for this. He'll come back soon, and we'll wait for him in Arudaya. She had been feeling anxious for a long time, but when news of his death finally came around, she somehow found herself calmer than before. Levi's a careful guy, he definitely has his reasons for doing this. Everyone thinks my husband is dead, so we're the only ones who know that he's still alive. We must keep that a secret, Zoe declared. When he comes back, he'll conquer the world and bring peace to everyone once more. At that, Zoe and Emma exchanged confident looks. It feels great to have hope. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1224. What no one knew was that the East Sky Lord of the Calamity had been the one fabricating the news of Levi's untimely death. The East Sky Lord had covered it up so thoroughly that even someone like Watanabe Teniki overlooked it. That night, the North and South Sky Lord silently began their operation. The dozens of corporations that the South Sky Lord had acquired over the past, as well as the enormous business empire that he had built, emerged from the shadows. Under his management, organizations were pouring millions upon millions into the Calamity's bank account. As for the North Sky Lord, he single-handedly destroyed a dozen underground forces and ruled over the entirety of the Dark World with an iron fist. Not only that, countless families, conglomerates, and organizations have pledged their loyalty to the Calamity, giving them all the resources they needed to emerge from the shadows and begin their operations as the most powerful organization in the world. In fact, they were several times stronger than the Blood King Palace at their peak. The Calamity spent years building up their power behind the scenes, and the effort they put in was immeasurable. The world was still reeling in shock from the news of Levi's death when news of the Calamity's sudden appearance materialized out of nowhere. Everyone's attention turned to the Calamity in an instant. It's not a coincidence. They've been secretly building up their power since years ago. This was all part of the plan all along. More and more people started to dig into the Calamity's past after the news broke out. Teniki and his men were no exception. What do you think of the Calamity's return, Mr. Watanabe? Someone asked. Teniki pondered over it for a moment before answering. It must have been because of Levi's death. That's right. If Levi had been alive, the Calamity would have stayed hidden. Levi had the power to hold anyone's head underwater, someone yelled, and everyone else nodded in agreement. They were convinced that the Calamity had emerged because of Levi's death. Well, that doesn't mean that we can stop collecting intel about them. We must establish some kind of relationship with them, in the event that we fail to acquire them. Teniki said, with a confident smirk. Just you wait. You'll be mine soon, just like that Blood King Palace. Meanwhile, news of the Calamity's resurgence spread to Arudaya as well. When Windsor heard of the news, his eyes widened in shock. What? It's scarier than the Blood King Palace. That's right. They're much better than the Blood King Palace in terms of strength, Balgun said. Windsor smirked. Would I become even better of a hero than Levi Garrison if I got rid of the Calamity? Of course. Balgun and the others chorused. I'm sure more people would be willing to recognize your current status as the God of War once you cleared out the Calamity. Windsor scoffed. While it's true that Levi defeated the Blood King Palace twice in a row, he didn't do it by himself, did he? The answer was a sound no. It had been his subordinates who did all the dirty work. Besides the 5 Great Wars Regiment, there were also the Cavalry Regiment, the Spectre Army, as well as the ruby, emerald, sapphire, and topaz armies. They deserved most of the credit, for Levi would not have been able to win the battles without them. With that, the three disciples nodded. Of course. He's nothing but a failure. He's destined to suffer. He's a useless piece of trash. Windsor growled. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1225. Their last fight had proved to Windsor that Levi's strength came from his subordinates, not Levi alone. Levi had highly capable fighters like White Tiger by his side, and it made Windsor jealous. Previously, Windsor had wanted to convince those fighters to join his ranks, but he knew that their loyalty to Levi was no laughing matter. Although he hated it, there was nothing he could do to change it. He even suggested merging the Iron Brigade and Levi's other armies into the Azura army, only to be rejected on the spot. It's going to be pretty difficult to convince White Tiger and the others to join you, Master. Tsar said. Just like how we'll refuse to join Levi's army no matter what happens, Balgun added. Windsor shook his head. I don't care. They'll know just how powerful I am once they joined the Azura army. Hearing that, Talon grinned. Master's right. Levi's nothing compared to Master. He's just the son of a great Erudian family. Just then, Tsar and Balgun chuckled, and Talon raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you saying that our master doesn't have a powerful background? That's not true. So, what if Levi's the son of a great family? Tsar scoffed. Hey? What could be scarier than an ancient family? Talon asked, bewildered. Since he hailed from the mountains, he knew very little about Erudia's aristocracy. That's right. The truly powerful ones stay hidden while the show-offs flaunt their wealth. The Garrison clan wouldn't even dare to offend Master's family. Balgun explained. Talon nodded slowly with wide eyes. It all made sense to him. The more powerful something was, the further it would be from the layman's reach. Everyone was under the illusion that the Garrison clan was the most powerful family in Oakland City, but what they failed to realize was that there were plenty of organizations out there that could outperform the Garrison clan in every way possible. To spot a billionaire among the common folk would be like spotting a rare species. However, the same billionaire would pale in comparison to the people Windsor came into contact with. In fact, in their social circles, being a billionaire was nothing to brag about. One would not know about the existence of a certain matter if it was way out of their league. But that was not an excuse to deny its existence. Talon trembled as he thought about the other two disciples' words. Looks like Master's the true nobleman. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of an army closing in on their base camp shook the ground beneath them. It was as though an earthquake had occurred, and everyone struggled to stay upright. What's going on? Windsor asked, his face paling. Is it an earthquake? His three disciples rushed outside to take a look, and Windsor followed them closely. The soldiers of the Azura army stood at attention. Master! It's not an earthquake! Tsar yelled. We're under attack. A few minutes later, the 5 Great Wars Regiment, the Cavalry Regiment, the Spectre Army, the Dragon Warriors as well as the Iron Brigade slowed to a halt before Windsor, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Windsor frowned and stared at the crowd before him. What are you trying to do, Azure Dragon? Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1226. How dare you act so rashly before me? Are you out of your mind? Windsor crossed his hands behind his back and stared intensely at Azure Dragon and the others. White Tiger returned his glance and said, Windsor Campbell, we are here for only one thing. We want to rectify my boss's name. Indeed. Our boss didn't betray Erudia. Clear his name. The crowd shouted in unison. These are pieces of evidence to prove his innocence. Phoenix handed Windsor a copy of the audio and visual recordings. It was a video recording of the battle against the Blood King Palace, a solid proof that Levi Garrison was innocent. When they were at Oakland City, Levi had ordered Azure Dragon to wait for his further instructions. Hence, both Azure Dragon and White Tiger were patiently waiting for Levi's command. However, they received the shocking news of his death instead. Thus, they could no longer remain calm. Earlier, when Levi was still alive, they could not do much for him. Unfortunately, he was gone before they could serve him wholeheartedly. Hence, the least they could do now was to help rectify his name. Windsor's expression dropped after he watched the video recording. It seems that Levi Garrison was framed. I didn't realize this from the start, Windsor responded. He wondered to himself. How did a cripple man like Levi cause such a tremendous threat that even his enemies were frightened? I'm afraid you wouldn't understand, Azura. In the eyes of the foreign enemies, my boss poses a greater danger than you. He is a huge threat as long as he has one single breath left. White Tiger sneered. Windsor's expression dulled at his words. Why is everyone comparing me against Levi even though I had defeated him? Why? Is it impossible for the strong to be approved? How could the people turn a blind eye to me? I am indeed better than Levi, and it was proven with thousands of people as witnesses. Besides, Levi Garrison had admitted to his loss. I don't get it. Why does everyone still think he's stronger than I am? For some reason, he had defeated Levi, yet failed to win the hearts of the people. Thus, he felt particularly uneasy about the time when he lured Levi into a trap and killed him. He wished Levi were alive instead. That way, he could have had a rematch to prove that his victory was not a coincidence and that he was indeed stronger. Unfortunately, it's impossible now. There's no chance now that he's dead. In the meantime, I have to destroy the calamity to conquer people's hearts. Azura, we hope you may restore the god of war's identity and revoke all previous punishments. Suddenly, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and the others knelt to the ground. Windsor was taken back by their actions. He knew the group of unruly men very well, and they would not simply kneel for anyone or anything. Based on his knowledge, they would only kneel for the heavens, the earth, and Arudaya no one else. However, to his surprise, they knelt before him on this very day. Seeing that, it was evident that Levi was someone very close to their hearts. Albeit being jealous of Levi, Windsor still did the right thing. All right, I shall revoke all punishments against Levi and crown him as a martyr. After a short while, Windsor announced. Thank you, Azura. The Iron Brigade cried out. Azure Dragon then stepped forward and said, Azura, I plan to organize a funeral for my boss once his body's transported back. All right, go ahead. Windsor turned and left after that. After 2 weeks of searching, Azure Dragon finally managed to transport Levi's body back to Arudaya. He had also informed Zoe and Emma about his passing. However, he did not encourage them to come. On a cold day in the north, a simple yet grand funeral was conducted. The Iron Brigade escorted the god of war on his last journey on earth with the highest honor. At the same time, several figures were looking down from a mountain top. Levi Garrison, the return of the god of war. The Protector Chapter 1227. Master, how does it feel to witness your own funeral? North Sky King asked with a smile. The person next to him was none other than Levi Garrison. In fact, Levi was standing. He looked relaxed, with his hands on his back. He was in a healthy state as his body had recovered completely. It would cause many jaw drops if the others knew about it. That was because the poison from the Blood King Palace he had in his body was cured by the octometic. Surprisingly, his body had fully recovered despite the poison. Outsiders aside, even the four lords of the calamity were shocked to see Levi walking around after a month of recovery. This is unbelievable. It's a miracle. It can only be a miracle. How could I have recovered so fast? It reminded him of the incident when he was framed into prison 8 years ago. He was beaten up so severely until he was crippled and unable to move. Due to his condition, he knew he had no chance of being selected by the Special Task Force. However, he had an opportunity during his time in prison that gave him a chance to live today. And, of course, it was his biggest secret of all times. It was the key to his recovery this time around. When his body was completely destroyed, he needed time to recover. Yet, the situation was too dangerous in the past, so he didn't have the time to heal. Levi glanced at the funeral below and said plainly, perhaps dying could also be a way of relief? Yet, I cannot die. I have to stay alive. Arudaya, Mother, Evie, Zoe, and all my friends wouldn't let me die. Besides, I have sworn to avenge my dead brothers as long as I live. They shall not die in vain. The four lords agreed, if you fall, Master, the world would be in chaos. West Sky Lord responded, Master, I have some news regarding the incident you wanted me to investigate. I believe there would be results very soon. Excellent, I have to return to Arudaya first. North Sky Lord, you're with me. Levi said. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon and the rest were the ones who held the funeral, which had confirmed the news of Levi Garrison's death. From that day onwards, Levi Garrison had disappeared from the world. Just like the calamity. They were like ghosts. Every piece of information about them was wiped clean as if they never existed in the world. On this day, the 18-Nation Alliance was having a grand celebration. After all, their biggest threat was dead. Tenika smiled, we may start to take action anytime now. When Levi was alive, he was a hindrance to everyone's plan. Hence, everyone wanted to eliminate him. On the other hand, Windsor was ready to strike the calamity. However, he had received orders from the Drago Knights to stop whatever he was doing, saying that he could not attack the calamity unless they had caused trouble that would threaten Arudaya. Although he was eager to prove himself, he had to abort his plans for now. Meanwhile, the people of Northampton had heard about the death of Levi. However, Zoe and her family did not know how to react to the news. At this moment, someone appeared at the manor, and it was Jerry. For some reason, a smile was plastered across his face. Why are you here? Zoe asked in surprise. Hey? Ms. Lopez, have you completely forgotten about Mr. Garrison? I heard it's his funeral today. I thought you would be very upset, but instead, you haven't shed a tear. Ms. Jones, too, she seems perfectly fine. Did you all think Levi was a traitor who turned his back on Arudaya? That's why you're ashamed of him. Jerry joked. It was true, both Zoe and Emma did not react any differently. It was as if Levi was still alive. But that's probably for the better anyway. I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life, only if you agree, Ms. Lopez. Jerry continued. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1227. Master, how does it feel to witness your own funeral? North Sky King asked with a smile. The person next to him was none other than Levi Garrison. In fact, Levi was standing. He looked relaxed, with his hands on his back. He was in a healthy state as his body had recovered completely. It would cause many jaw drops if the others knew about it. That was because the poison from the Blood King Palace he had in his body was cured by the octometic. Surprisingly, his body had fully recovered despite the poison. Outsiders aside, even the four lords of the calamity were shocked to see Levi walking around after a month of recovery. This is unbelievable. It's a miracle. It can only be a miracle. How could I have recovered so fast? It reminded him of the incident when he was framed into prison 8 years ago. He was beaten up so severely until he was crippled and unable to move. Due to his condition, he knew he had no chance of being selected by the Special Task Force. However, he had an opportunity during his time in prison that gave him a chance to live today. And, of course, it was his biggest secret of all times. It was the key to his recovery this time around. When his body was completely destroyed, he needed time to recover. Yet, the situation was too dangerous in the past, so he didn't have the time to heal. Levi glanced at the funeral below and said plainly, perhaps dying could also be a way of relief? Yet, I cannot die. I have to stay alive. Arudaya, Mother, Evie, Zoe, and all my friends wouldn't let me die. Besides, I have sworn to avenge my dead brothers as long as I live. They shall not die in vain. The four lords agreed, if you fall, Master, the world would be in chaos. West Sky Lord responded, Master, I have some news regarding the incident you wanted me to investigate. I believe there would be results very soon. Excellent, I have to return to Arudaya first. North Sky Lord, you're with me. Levi said. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon and the rest were the ones who held the funeral, which had confirmed the news of Levi Garrison's death. From that day onwards, Levi Garrison had disappeared from the world. Just like the calamity. They were like ghosts. Every piece of information about them was wiped clean as if they never existed in the world. On this day, the 18-Nation Alliance was having a grand celebration. After all, their biggest threat was dead. Tenika smiled, we may start to take action anytime now. When Levi was alive, he was a hindrance to everyone's plan. Hence, everyone wanted to eliminate him. On the other hand, Windsor was ready to strike the calamity. However, he had received orders from the Drago Knights to stop whatever he was doing, saying that he could not attack the calamity unless they had caused trouble that would threaten Arudaya. Although he was eager to prove himself, he had to abort his plans for now. Meanwhile, the people of Northampton had heard about the death of Levi. However, Zoe and her family did not know how to react to the news. At this moment, someone appeared at the manor, and it was Jerry. For some reason, a smile was plastered across his face. Why are you here? Zoe asked in surprise. Hey? Ms. Lopez, have you completely forgotten about Mr. Garrison? I heard it's his funeral today. I thought you would be very upset, but instead, you haven't shed a tear. Ms. Jones, too, she seems perfectly fine. Did you all think Levi was a traitor who turned his back on Arudaya? That's why you're ashamed of him. Jerry joked. It was true, both Zoe and Emma did not react any differently. It was as if Levi was still alive. But that's probably for the better anyway. I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life, only if you agree, Ms. Lopez. Jerry continued. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1229. Danger is slowly approaching. Therefore, Evie's safety depends on me. However, there's not much I can do. Even an honorable man like my godfather had also given in exchange to protect his family. It further proves how powerful the mysterious force is. And it won't be a force that I can't handle on my own. It seems like Jerry's right, he's probably my only hope now. Looking at her perplexed expression, Jerry smiled, I'll allow you some time to think about it. But don't take too long. Actions will be taken soon enough once the assassination order has been announced. I have a flight at 11 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll leave if you don't give me an answer by then. Zoe and Emma's heart sank as Jerry left. It was all part of his plan, by asking Zoe not to give him an answer on the spot. Instead, he gave her a time limit to consider his offer, which would defeat her psychological barrier even more. It had indeed made Zoe even more nervous. On the other hand, Levin was on his way back to Arudaya when he received news from the Calamity. Master, the Dark World has released an assassination order to eliminate your child. The mysterious force claims that your child cannot live. West Sky Lord told Levi. Levi's eyes widened as he shot her a cold glance. Who dares to touch my child? Besides, this assassination order was released from Arudaya. Therefore, many assassination organizations in Arudaya would be going after your child. Levi instantly knew the person who framed him was the same person who had released the assassination order when he heard those words. It must be Mr. Finch. I'm already dead. Yet, he intends to cut weeds and eliminate the roots and not let Evie live. Well, it was about time I rake this person out. I would like to see the man who forbade my existence. This was the reason why Levi had the East Sky Lord spread the news of his death. Levi planned to investigate the incident secretly. He was determined to catch Mr. Finch and his henchmen once and for all. At the same time, Northampton was seemingly peaceful, yet a dark force was surging as countless assassination organizations had laid their eyes on the city. The oppressing atmosphere was so intense that it was suffocating. Zoe could sense the horror approaching the manor. Although she had hired many bodyguards to enhance protection, her heart was not at peace. After Jerry left, Zoe had also received news from Tiffany and the rest. They warned her to stay alert as people from the assassination organizations were going to approach Evie. As time ticked on, Zoe became more worried. I can't care less about anything else except for Evie. I must protect her even if it costs my life. It was nearly 11 p.m. As much as she did not trust Jerry, she was willing to take the risk for Evie's sake. Hence, she contacted Jerry. I'll do whatever you say as long as you can guarantee Evie's safety. Zoe had compromised at last. Soon after that, Jerry arrived and had the same smile plastered on his face. Although the assassins are already here, there were only a few top-notch assassins like Bloodleaf, the Dark Lord, and Slayer. I could take care of them, but as for the second batch of assassins. After hearing Jerry's word, Zoe believed him. I think he really does know everything about the assassin organization. After all, he spoke in a very convincing tone. As a matter of fact, Jerry was the one who had arranged several groups of assassins to go after Evie. Once the time had come, he would pretend to be a hero to take care of things just as he planned. It would deepen the trust between them when Zoe witnessed it before her eyes. At the same time, Zoe and Emma had no choice but to go with Jerry's plan out of desperation. And that included handing over the authoritative rights to Zoe's company. Once he had power over the company, he immediately transferred the rights over to himself. With that, Jerry had taken over the entire Morris group in half an hour and disappeared in a flash. When Zoe heard the news, it was like a lightning bolt had struck her, making her lost for words. I can't believe I was scammed. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1230. Jerry knew that both Zoe and Emma were eager to keep Evie safe. Hence, he leveraged that and put on a good show to convince them to go with his plan. Besides, he was their last hope. Therefore, Zoe had no choice but to believe him. She had her speculations that Jerry might be a liar, however, it was a risk she had to take. Even if there was a slightest hope. Yet, the reality was cruel. Once Jerry had the Morris group to himself, he immediately fired Iris and the other council. members. The reason behind his actions was to gain complete control of the company in the shortest amount of time. In the meantime, Zoe was left in a miserable state. The Lehman family had publicly broken off their relationship with her. The business empire she built on her own was taken away from her, and her child was facing grave danger. She felt hopeless. The news of Jerry deceiving Zoe soon spread like wildfire. Even so, the Lehman family could only watch as they were no longer related. Everyone merely reprimanded Jerry regarding his actions but did nothing else. As for Jerry, he was overjoyed that he had acquired Zoe's business empire easily. Consequently, the Gott family had become even more powerful than before. Although it was not comparable to the standards of an ancient family, it was still on par with an imperial family. Humph! Did the Lehman family think that they could use me like that? How could they let me marry a woman who had a child? Are they trying to tarnish my reputation? If it weren't for Zoe's empire and the Lehman family's power, I would have never agreed to the marriage. Did she think that she's that irresistible? Ha! How ridiculous! Besides, how could you count on me to raise the child of a traitor? Is she even worth it? She's just an illegitimate child that should have died along with her father instead of staying alive in this world. Anyway, I've heard the news about the assassination organizations going after the child. So I guess we'll receive the news very soon. Jerry made the following series of remarks as soon as he had gotten everything he desired. Meanwhile, Zoe was appalled at the sight of Jerry on TV. What a shameless, despicable animal! The more Zoe thought about it, the more she became furious as she dug her nails into her palms. She was in a difficult situation, yet he had scammed her at this moment and made such vicious remarks. A gentleman? Ha! He's even worse than a villain. Just you wait. When Levi's back, I will take back everything that I've lost. Mark my words. Things are going to get out of hand now, by the looks of it. I'm afraid our people can't keep Evie safe, Emma said with a hoarse voice. Even though the Jones family had sent an ace like Shadow to protect them, everyone knew that it wasn't enough. Little Evie seemed to know what was going on as she scrunched up her face in silence. Judging from her stubborn temper, it reminded Zoe of Levi. We can only hide in the basement for now and pray that they won't find us. Zoe and Emma carried Evie as they hid in the basement with Silas, who had prepared sufficient food and water. They had successfully avoided the assassins once when Levi hid them in the basement of the manor. Meanwhile, the assassination organizations who had received the assassination order had arrived at Northampton. A total of 10 assassination organizations had begun their assassination operation. Simultaneously, they bypassed Shadow and the other guards who were stationed outside and infiltrated the manor without much difficulty. However, the assassins were dumbfounded when they found the manor was empty. Where are they? Where did they go? They were in the manor the entire time and had never left. How could they disappear in thin air? The assassins searched everywhere, but there were no signs of Zoe and the others. No, we've been watching them all this time. It's impossible that they've left. The only possibility is that there is a secret room situated somewhere in this manor. Spread out and do a search. In the meantime, Zoe and the others were observing the situation through the surveillance cameras in the basement. Damn it, they've figured it out. Zoe gasped in shock as she stared at the surveillance cameras. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1231. It was only a matter of time for the secret room to be discovered, albeit being quite hidden. As expected, the professional assassins located the secret room effortlessly within seconds. Screech! Suddenly, the footage from the surveillance camera turned blurry. That means they've found the hidden cameras too. With that, it defeats the purpose of having a secret room. Knock. 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 Hearing the noises coming from above, Zoe and the rest had ants in their pants. We're all doomed once they get in here. We've found it. All that's left is to force it open. The assassins were all geared up to intrude into the place by force. Hey! Out of the blue, someone tapped the shoulder of an assassin. The assassin turned around and saw two men staring back at him coldly. Whoosh! Before he could say anything, a harsh slap landed on his face and he died on the spot. The other assassins snapped their bodies around and asked, "Who are you?" "Levi Garrison." "What? Levi Garrison? You're still alive? This is impossible. You're supposed to be dead." The assassins were stunned. "North." Levi called out softly. "Yes." North Sky Lord acknowledged. "Kill them," ordered Levi. North Sky Lord struck everyone dead within moments. He was too terrifying, simply a league above them all. After cleaning up, they left. Meanwhile, Zoe had been waiting in the secret room for ages, yet nobody came. In the end, Silas was sent to check on the situation outside of the room. The assassins are gone and everything seems as normal as it can be. What? What is going on here? They were flummoxed by the scene before them. Could it be Levi who did this? Everyone suspected him at once. But, isn't he abroad right now? Not to mention he's a cripple now. How could he possibly be here to save us? So, if it's not him, who could it be then? On their way out, Levi commanded, "We must find out who's the mastermind behind all these." He wanted to find out who gave the assassination order. North Sky King nodded in response. "Master, I've received news that Jerry from Oakland City defrauded Zoe's company." "Is that so?" Levi's expression changed. He quickly sought confirmation from the West Sky Lord and was furious to know that Jerry had indeed snatched away all of Zoe's top-notch staff. How could such a despicable person exist? After reading Jerry's published remarks on the matter, Levi blew a fuse. Jerry Gott must die. He spat as a murderous glint flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, Jerry organized a grand banquet at the Lafayette Manor in Oakland City. The successful appropriation of Morris Group had elevated his family status and made them first among the imperial families. As a consequence, he also emerged first in the Oakland City's heir leaderboard. Giddy with delight, he organized a special banquet to celebrate his proud achievements. "Mr. Gott, we were shocked to the bone when we thought that you would really marry Zoe Lopez. Turns out you've got some amazing tricks up your sleeve." "Ha ha ha," everyone cheered. A satisfied sneer settled upon Jerry's face. "I'm not foolish enough to marry the woman of Arudia's greatest traitor and keep a surviving minion under my name. How preposterous would that be?" "Ha ha, that's right. They aren't worthy to even lick your boots." Everyone chimed in and echoed their agreements. Someone asked, "Mr. Gott, people have the perception that you've deceived Zoe and taken away all of her possessions. What would you say about that?" "I would say that's bulls. Have you ever considered the reputational damage and loss incurred to me because of that BH and the bastard? Morris Group was simply compensation. It's supposed to be mine in the first place," Jerry proclaimed brazenly. Just then, a commanding voice yelled, "A despicable rat like you should die." Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1232. The voice thundered through the banquet hall and jolted everyone present. Who is it?" Everyone looked around to find the person that had just spoken. "Who dares to call me despicable?" Jerry sneered. Now that he had absolute power and authority, he stopped pretending to be chivalrous. After all, his influence had further elevated after taking over Morris Group. So what if others know my true colors? But who's the one who dares call me despicable? Does he have a death wish? It's me. A cold voice was heard. At that moment, two figures emerged from the entrance. One of them was unfamiliar to everyone as no one had seen him before. As for the other, why you? A ghost. It's a ghost. When the crowd saw the familiar face, they screamed in shock. However, those that were sitting in front couldn't see. They wondered what was going on. When they saw everyone else running around aimlessly shrieking their heads off, Jerry led the other guests to see what the commotion was about and was shocked by what he saw. Levi Garrison. How can it be you? Why? Why are you still alive? Jerry staggered backwards and almost lost his balance. Many in Oakland City had seen Levi before. As such, they could feel panic started rising within them by the sight of him. Isn't Levi supposed to be dead? Why is he still alive? Not to mention his body has recovered? How is this possible? How can a dead person suddenly appear in Arudaya? After all, everyone knew that the news was true. The Iron Brigade even organized a funeral for him on purpose where they cremated his body. Furthermore, it was widely reported that Levi was dead. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be alive. Everyone was so frightened that their knees wobbled. They had the urge to run but found that their legs wouldn't budge as they stared at the supposedly dead man before them. Levi approached Jerry step by step. Who says I'm dead? Can't you see I'm doing just fine? Slap. 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 Levi slapped Jerry's cheeks. Jerry gulped and he fell on his knees, staring at Levi in horror. Despite the burning sensation on his cheeks, he could still feel the warmth in Levi's hands. Levi is really alive. You. How can you still be alive? Despite his reluctance to believe, the reality of the situation was right before his eyes. Jerry felt like having a heart attack. What? Levi is still alive. The whole banquet was in an uproar. It was considered earth-shattering news not just in Arudaya but also in the world. You. Why are you here? Jerry's face was filled with horror. For doing something so despicable while I'm away, it's only natural that I am here to kill you. Levi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Kill me? You can't kill me. Levi, so what if you are still alive? You are a traitor to Arudaya and have been exiled for it. If Windsor finds out that you're here, do you know what the consequences for you are? Not only will you lose your life, but even your family will also be exiled from Arudaya. Although Azure Dragon and the others had cleared Levi's name, only those within military circles knew about it. The common folks were still unaware of Levi's innocence. Therefore, Levi was still a traitor in their eyes, and for that reason, Jerry wasn't afraid. Levi, why don't I give you a chance? As long as you leave Arudaya quietly, I will pretend that I didn't see you. In fact, I won't even report this to Windsor. Jerry scrutinized Levi in a condescending manner and was confident that he had the upper hand. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1233. Levi laughed. That's a good idea. Why don't you inform Windsor right this moment? Tell him that I have returned to Arudaya in defiance of my exile. Get him to come here and kick me out. Levi's confident demeanor shocked Jerry. Isn't he afraid? Levi, I have no idea why you are still alive and why your body has fully recovered. But once Windsor finds out about this, you will be in a world of trouble. After all, he was the one that gave the order to banish you and to forbid you from ever returning to Arudaya. The moment you return, you are in open defiance of Windsor and his orders. Jerry cleared his throat and declared. In response, Levi simply chuckled. Why would I be afraid of Windsor? This is getting interesting. Levi, you are someone that has lost to Windsor, he's your bane and you know it. If he can beat you once, he can definitely beat you again. Once you are arrested by him for causing trouble in Arudaya, do you think he will let you live? Jerry sneered. The exact same thought crossed everyone's minds. After all, many in Oakland City had seen with their own eyes how Windsor defeated Levi. In their minds, Windsor was stronger than Levi and Levi's appearance was considered an open provocation towards him. Once Windsor found out Levi was here, the consequences would be dire. So get out of here now. I'll let you off this one time, Jerry scoffed. Beat him up. Levi ordered. Slap. North Sky Lord approached and slapped Jerry forcefully, causing the latter's flesh to split and blood to gush out. Arg! Jerry screamed in agony. Slap. North Sky Lord slapped him again and his face turned into a bloody mess. Screams of anguish reverberated through the hall as if a pig were being slaughtered inside. Slap. He was slapped again. By now, Jerry was cringing on the ground in utter pain, his face an unrecognizable mess. North Sky Lord pulled him up and rained punches down upon him. The impact was so great that bloody holes appeared on Jerry's body. In the end, Jerry died from the overwhelming pain. How dare you bully my family? Humph, for that you deserve death. Levi's eyes flashed with anger. When everyone heard his words, they held their breath in fear and broke into a cold sweat. It was a terrifying sight. No one expected that Levi would return in such a manner. It was as if he had come back from hell itself. The next day, Zoe was filled with questions as Morris Group was once again back in her hands. What wrong with Jerry? Has he gone nuts? He just returned the company to me after spending so much effort in taking over it. It doesn't make sense. Someone must have interfered. At Northampton, everything was safe for the moment. However, there was an uproar within the dark world when they realized the assassins sent to kill for Olivia had all disappeared. They were puzzled as to where the assassins could have gone. After further investigations, they reconfirmed that there was no one at Zoe's side to protect her. How is it that the assassins disappeared? Is someone protecting her? But that's impossible. Soon, the Dark World sent out another assassination order with an increased reward from the original 1 billion to 10 billion. The tenfold reward increase was done in order to attract even more powerful assassins. Just as expected, an ancient assassin organization emerged in response to the assassination order. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The handsome reward was enough to attract an ancient assassin organization that had been in hiding for decades to re-emerged. Also, it demonstrated the resolve of the employer to have Olivia killed. They wanted to make sure Levi's child was dead. Another assassination order has been issued. Check the source. I want to know who issued it. Levi, who had been watching from the shadows, finally found his opportunity. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1234. This time, too many people had sacrificed their lives for Levi. He couldn't allow them to die in vain, hence he had to have his revenge. The one who gave the assassination order had to be ferreted out. It's a pity that my recovery was too slow. If only I had recovered faster, they wouldn't have to die. Thinking back to the gruesome scene, Levi clenched his fists subconsciously. North Sky Lord couldn't help but ask, Master, I have always wanted to ask. You want to ask how I recovered? Levi surmised. That's right. I was surprised when you recovered from that condition in less than a month. Furthermore, I feel that you are now stronger than before. I don't understand what's going on anymore. North Sky Lord's face was filled with surprise. Levi recalled his memories. 8 years ago, I was framed and sent to prison. Before they sent me in, they made sure my limbs were all broken as punishment. Just when I was at the lowest point of my life, I had a stroke of luck. I met my benefactor in prison, whom I'm more than willing to address as master. He taught me an ancient technique which was perfect for me due to the disabilities I suffered then. North Sky Lord was puzzled. Hey! The technique required one's body to be broken before it can be rebuilt. If I were of ordinary health then, it wouldn't have worked at all. North Sky Lord understood immediately. So you're saying that with your limbs broken, you were in the perfect condition to practice that technique? Exactly. Before long, my body quickly recovered in prison. Moreover, I made a name for myself fighting in prison, and that was how I was drafted. Levi revealed a secret that he never told anyone before. So that means that this time, given the injuries you sustained were even worse, you would then be in a better position to practice that technique. North Sky Lord managed to link what Levi told him to his recent recovery. Levi nodded. Yep, that's right. Furthermore, I managed to get a better understanding of the technique this time. In fact, I fixed all the flaws that it previously had. What? North Sky Lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. So that's how Levi became the invincible god of war. It all came down to an ancient technique made for cripples. Now that he has fixed the technique's flaws, God knows how much stronger he is now. It only goes to show how intelligent he is to be able to perfect such an ancient technique. In fact, not every cripple can effectively practice it. One had to be intellectually gifted and equally tenacious. North Sky Lord shifted the focus of the conversation. Master, I'm curious as to who your master is, given that he knows such a powerful technique. He is indeed a mysterious man. It's obvious that the prison can't hold him, but he chose to stay there his entire life. Levi smiled. He doesn't want me to address him as master and forbids me from telling anyone else that I met him. Hey? Why? Besides, how did someone as powerful as him landed himself in prison? North Sky Lord was confused. Beats me. Even in prison, he pretended not to know me and didn't allow me to get close to him. His reason was that he had offended someone powerful, and whoever is close to him will suffer a terrible tragedy, Levi explained. North Sky Lord was getting more puzzled as the conversation went on. Why does it sound so mysterious? Levi shook his head. That was the first thing that came to my mind too. How is it possible to have a tragedy befall someone just for getting close? After that, I realized he was talking about his identity. All the members of his clan were labeled as criminals the day they were born. Anyone who came into contact with them was also punished. Hey? How can that be? North Sky Lord exclaimed. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1235. North Sky Lord had always considered himself to be extremely knowledgeable. For example, members of the Calamity were not known to exist in the world. However, he was still surprised to hear about Levi's master. A whole clan labeled as criminals the moment they are born? Even those that come into contact with them are punished? What did they do to deserve such a harsh punishment? I have not told anyone about my secret in the prison. Thinking about it now, it seems my master has saved me twice already, Levi lamented. The world is still a beautiful place, where the good outnumbers the bad. There are still many who are good to me, including those that I hardly know. For the sake of all those people, I have to live and get to the bottom of this. Don't you plan on visiting him? North Sky Lord asked. When I was drafted, he declared that our relationship ended there and then. Going forward, we were no longer supposed to know each other. Levi felt a sense of remorse over the matter. That's why I can only greet him master in my heart. How strong are you now? North Sky Lord inquired. In my current condition, the poison from the Blood King Palace will no longer affect me. Gasp. North Sky Lord sucked in a breath. The Blood King Palace poison was the culmination of decades of hard work and massive resources. To think that it's ineffective against Levi now. How strong is Levi now, really? Even Windsor may not be able to touch a hair on him, let alone defeat him. It's amusing how Windsor still thinks he is stronger and wants to fight Levi again. The Levi of the past was already stronger than you, let alone Levi in his current state. Do you even stand a chance? Meanwhile, Windsor wasn't resting on his laurels either, as he had focused his attention on the calamity. Even though the Drago Knights warned him to stay away from the calamity, Windsor's curiosity got the better of him. He was fanatical about martial arts and was obsessed with looking for someone to fight. He would seek out the best warriors wherever he could find them. When he heard that the calamity had an invincible warrior in the form of North Sky Lord, he set his eyes on him. I want to defeat him and make him submit to me. Just then, Tsar reported, Azura, there's a middle-aged man outside that wants to see you. All right, follow me. Windsor headed out immediately. Outside, there was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He had exquisite features and exuded an elegant vibe. In fact, he gave others a sense of otherworldliness. Master. When Windsor saw him, he stood at attention out of respect. The middle-aged man patted Windsor on his back. Congratulations, you've finally taken over the God of War's position. I hope I made you proud, Master, Windsor remarked as he bowed. His master nodded. You did. You've done a good job, Windsor. Levi is a lowborn, how can he compare to someone as noble as you? If you had lost, you would have humiliated all the great families. People say that a poor family has a better chance of producing a successful son, while noble families produce failures. However, I want to show them that there's no way a humble family can produce anyone capable. A lowborn can never beat one who is born from a noble family, his master declared haughtily, as if he wanted to prove a point to the world. Therefore I was furious when the position of Arudia's God of War was taken away by a lowborn. I had wanted you to challenge him many times and we finally got our opportunity. Windsor smiled, that's right. Everyone thinks that Levi was born of Arudia's top ancient family. But they didn't know that an ancient family is nothing to us. The middle-aged man smiled smugly. The most important detail of all was that his surname was Finch. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1236. Windsor's master was none other than the man that Levi was looking for, Mr. Finch. His full name was Samson Finch. He was the one responsible for plotting to kill Levi. He had Tenica use the Blood King Palace to tempt Levi away and poisoned him. He was also the one who ordered the assassination of Fur Levia twice. Everything was put in place by him from behind the scenes. When Damien was fighting against Levi, the Garrison family cheated so that Damien wouldn't lose. However, what they did was nothing compared to Samson. To ensure Windsor's victory, Samson put in place many traps and even had the 4 warriors help him from the shadows. They had to cheat in order to defeat Levi. Samson's objective was simple. He felt that Levi didn't deserve to be Arudia's God of War, and wanted his own disciple to take on the title. The moment Levi was awarded the title of God of War, he was already in Windsor's way. Ever since Windsor was young, Samson groomed him for the title only to have Levi stole it from them. Therefore, it was a development that they hated to see. The place where Windsor was born was extremely secluded. It wasn't accessible for members of high society, let alone ordinary folk. It was considered home to a legendary great family. A family that was 100 years old was considered a prominent family, while one that was 1,000 years old, an ancient family. However, a great family had a longer and more illustrious history. It wasn't just comprised of a particular race or clan but a combination of very old groups. A great family had usually existed for 2,000 to 3,000 years and stood the test of time. Therefore, they were more powerful than anyone could imagine. For example, God-class warriors were so rare that the 18-nation alliance could only gather 100 of them. Ultimate class warriors were even harder to come by. The harbinger of death alone could defeat everyone before him. However, a great family was filled with God-class and ultimate class warriors. That was how much their skills differed. Just by comparing strength alone, a great family within Arudaya is more powerful than a single nation overseas. Samson and his companions had their own circle and their own rules. They were above it all as if they were gods themselves. To them, the ordinary folk in the mundane world were just insects crawling about their daily lives. They considered the life of an ordinary person the lowest of classes and view them with disdain. Even the weakest member of a great family was someone extremely influential in the mundane world. Windsor was the only one of Samson's disciples who stepped into the mundane world. When he first arrived, he was like a wolf being unleashed on unsuspecting sheep. He overwhelmed everyone else both in terms of power and fame. The reason he was sent out into the world was that they wanted the world to fear them for being all-powerful. Windsor was so terrifying that he single-handedly built the Azura army and had the support of Zar and 3 other disciples. His aim was to win the title of God of War, but he didn't expect Levi to beat him to it after coming out of nowhere. Therefore, Samson and Windsor resented the fact. Windsor was a descendant of a great family, so he would never accept that he had lost to a nobody. Ever since then, they had been looking for an opportunity, but Levi had never lost a battle. Over the last few years, it wasn't until Levi left the army that the opportunity finally presented itself. Just as how Damien couldn't lose to Levi, it was the same for them as it was a matter of pride. If a reclusive great family such as theirs was defeated, they would surely become a laughing stock. Therefore, they had to do whatever it takes to guarantee Windsor's victory over Levi. Only then can they take over the title of God of War. After putting in so much effort, they finally did it. They even managed to kill Levi off in the process. And now, they wanted to kill for Levi too. Just to prevent any eventualities. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1237. However, it was ironic that Windsor thought he had beaten Levi fair and square. He was oblivious to the fact that everything was arranged by his master and the fact that Levi decided to lose on purpose in the end. In reality, Windsor's own capabilities only made up 1/3 of the factors for his victory over Levi. "Master, why are you here?" Windsor was curious. The great families owned many ancient artifacts and technologies such as martial art, techniques, medical knowledge, etc. There was nothing in the mundane world that was interesting enough for them. Therefore, Windsor couldn't fathom why his master left their home. Ever since he left home at 15, he never saw his master again. Unbeknownst to him, however, his master had actually left their home in the beginning and was busy scheming against Levi. "I am here to visit you. I can see that you are doing well for yourself since you are now the one and only God of War of Arudaya." Samson patted Windsor on his shoulder. Windsor sighed. Unfortunately, it could never erase the fact that the first one was Levi. "No, he is already dead. You are the only one now." "Master, I have something to get off my chest. Despite beating Levi, many people still do not respect me. In fact, they still have faith in Levi." Windsor voiced out his concerns. Many claimed that he had the advantage because Levi was already exhausted from battling consecutively. Every time he heard a comment like that, it made his blood boil. Samson snorted, "Humph. They're just a bunch of ignorant scum. We live in a world where the fittest survive. The winner takes all while the loser doesn't deserve to complain. If they are unconvinced, you will have to demonstrate it with your power." Samson's whole body emanated a cold killing intent. Windsor lamented, "If only Levi was still alive. I can battle him once more and shut everyone else up once and for all. That's no longer possible. He is already 6 feet under." Samson had reconfirmed with Taniki about Levi's death. "It's such a pity, or else I could defeat him once again." Windsor was extremely confident in his skills and cared a lot about how others saw him. After visiting Windsor, Samson wanted to check on whether Olivia had been killed. Meanwhile, Levi and his men were monitoring the assassin organizations. At that moment, West Sky Lord arrived with news. She had masqueraded as an assassin to accept the assassination order and discovered who issued it. It was Olivia Garcia. Due to the pain she suffered for losing her son, Olivia wanted Levi and his whole family dead. Mr. Finch realized the opportunity and seized it. Despite the fact that he was the real mastermind, he was very careful in his methods. He made sure that everything he did was done by someone else's hands. Levi was also aware that Olivia was just the front and there was someone else instructing her. Therefore, he wanted to ferret out the mastermind by going through Olivia. After fending off a few waves of assassins that came for Olivia, Levi, and North Sky Lord returned to Oakland City. However, Olivia wasn't at the Garrison clan ancestral compound. Instead, she was in a luxury manor. Inside the room, she was pacing around and was visibly troubled. After all, the first assassination order had failed and all the assassin organizations involved had also disappeared. Although the assassins she hired this time were even more terrifying, she still couldn't rid herself of the sense of dread she felt. "I must succeed this time. Damien, Mom will avenge you. Not only do I want Levi to be disposed of, but I also want his family to be massacred," Olivia pleaded. "Don't worry, the assassins we sent this time are extremely deadly. Death awaits anyone who protects them." A voice rang out from behind her suddenly as Samson entered the room. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1238. Olivia heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Mr. Finch, what happened the first time? Why did all the assassins disappear?" Truth be told, Samson had paid no attention to the matter all this while. As such, when Olivia suddenly brought it up, he didn't know how to answer. Perhaps Zoe has some formidable bodyguards protecting her? Nonetheless, the assassin organization we sent this time was one that had remained hidden for decades. Samson was filled with confidence. After all, the assassin organization that accepted the mission this time was very secretive and was deadly in its methods. Olivia asked curiously, "Given that you come from the great family of Frostford, why are you so fixated on an ordinary person like Levi?" Based on Olivia's understanding, a great family was greater than that of an ancient family. Arudia had 4 great families. They were the great family of Frostford, great family of Southford, great family of Eastford, and great family of Westford. Samson came from the great family of Frostford. A great family combined a group of ancient families and clans into a larger faction. They control many of Arudia's ancient artifacts and technologies. The simplest ones were martial art techniques and medical knowledge. They were even feared by ancient families such as the Garrison clan, let alone ordinary folk. Therefore, even righteous men like Dale Lehman were forced to abandon Zoe. No one dared to stand against a great family. Samson replied with a smile, "It's because Levi broke all the rules." "Mr. Finch, is the current god of war, Windsor, related to you?" Olivia was a smart woman. She remembered when Samson asked her about Windsor. Previously, Samson admitted, "Yes, he is my disciple. However, he isn't the most exceptional young man within the great family of Frostford. He's just considered above average," Samson added. Gasp! Olivia caught her breath. How powerful are they? Windsor is considered above average and he is already able to take the position of god of war? Isn't this reclusive faction just ridiculously powerful? Without a doubt, the strongest and most powerful are always well hidden. Or perhaps they're just so far away from us that we can't reach them. Olivia had always assumed that Damien was the most exceptional young man in the world. But now, it seems it was her knowledge that was limited. For ancient and imperial families, their status was measured in terms of power, influence, and wealth. Martial prowess had always been frowned upon and hardly shown any attention. However, to the most powerful or those that live beyond the circles of ordinary men, the real measurement of a man's strength is their martial prowess. It was a world where the fittest survive. As long as one was strong in martial arts, one's status, wealth, and power were secured. In other words, when one was proficient enough in martial arts, matters of the mundane world no longer mattered. Using Windsor as an example, he knew nothing about wealth or managing a business. He also didn't have connections to help him. All he could rely on was his own fists to claim the title of Azura. That was the definition of the martial way. Everyone will submit in the face of absolute power. Therefore, within a great family, it was common for everyone to focus on martial arts training. Ever since they were young, they would be trained in the martial way to become formidable warriors. That was the reason why a great family would always be packed with God-class and ultimate-class warriors. Although they lived within their own circle, they were not afraid of being out of touch with the outside world. As long as they had overwhelming power, they would be kings whenever they appeared in society. Windsor's appearance proved that point. "Ordinary people like you are just ants to us," Samson sneered. Even though he was ridiculing her, Olivia didn't dare to retort. Bang! Just then, the manor's main door was busted open by a kick. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1236. Windsor's master was none other than the man that Levi was looking for, Mr. Finch. His full name was Samson Finch. He was the one responsible for plotting to kill Levi. He had Tenica use the Blood King Palace to tempt Levi away and poisoned him. He was also the one who ordered the assassination of Fur Levia twice. Everything was put in place by him from behind the scenes. When Damien was fighting against Levi, the Garrison family cheated so that Damien wouldn't lose. However, what they did was nothing compared to Samson. To ensure Windsor's victory, Samson put in place many traps and even had the four warriors help him from the shadows. They had to cheat in order to defeat Levi. Samson's objective was simple. He felt that Levi didn't deserve to be Erudia's god of war, and wanted his own disciple to take on the title. The moment Levi was awarded the title of god of war, he was already in Windsor's way. Ever since Windsor was young, Samson groomed him for the title only to have Levi stole it from them. Therefore, it was a development that they hated to see. The place where Windsor was born was extremely secluded. It wasn't accessible for members of high society, let alone ordinary folk. It was considered home to a legendary great family. A family that was 100 years old was considered a prominent family, while one that was 1,000 years old an ancient family. However, a great family had a longer and more illustrious history. It wasn't just comprised of a particular race or clan but a combination of very old groups. A great family had usually existed for 2,000 to 3,000 years and stood the test of time. Therefore, they were more powerful than anyone could imagine. For example, God-class warriors were so rare that the 18-nation alliance could only gather 100 of them. Ultimate-class warriors were even harder to come by. The harbinger of death alone could defeat everyone before him. However, a great family was filled with God-class and ultimate-class warriors. That was how much their skills differed. Just by comparing strength alone, a great family within Arudaya is more powerful than a single nation overseas. Samson and his companions had their own circle and their own rules. They were above it all as if they were gods themselves. To them, the ordinary folk in the mundane world were just insects crawling about their daily lives. They considered the life of an ordinary person the lowest of classes and view them with disdain. Even the weakest member of a great family was someone extremely influential in the mundane world. Windsor was the only one of Samson's disciples who stepped into the mundane world. When he first arrived, he was like a wolf being unleashed on unsuspecting sheep. He overwhelmed everyone else both in terms of power and fame. The reason he was sent out into the world was that they wanted the world to fear them for being all-powerful. Windsor was so terrifying that he single-handedly built the Azura army and had the support of Tsar and 3 other disciples. His aim was to win the title of God of War, but he didn't expect Levi to beat him to it after coming out of nowhere. Therefore, Samson and Windsor resented the fact. Windsor was a descendant of a great family, so he would never accept that he had lost to a nobody. Ever since then, they had been looking for an opportunity, but Levi had never lost a battle. Over the last few years, it wasn't until Levi left the army that the opportunity finally presented itself. Just as how Damien couldn't lose to Levi, it was the same for them as it was a matter of pride. If a reclusive great family such as theirs was defeated, they would surely become a laughing stock. Therefore, they had to do whatever it takes to guarantee Windsor's victory over Levi. Only then can they take over the title of God of War. After putting in so much effort, they finally did it. They even managed to kill Levi off in the process. And now, they wanted to kill Levi too. Just to prevent any eventualities. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1237. However, it was ironic that Windsor thought he had beaten Levi fair and square. He was oblivious to the fact that everything was arranged by his master and the fact that Levi decided to lose on purpose in the end. In reality, Windsor's own capabilities only made up 1/3 of the factors for his victory over Levi. "Master, why are you here?" Windsor was curious. The great families owned many ancient artifacts and technologies such as martial art techniques, medical knowledge, etc. There was nothing in the mundane world that was interesting enough for them. Therefore, Windsor couldn't fathom why his master left their home. Ever since he left home at 15, he never saw his master again. Unbeknownst to him, however, his master had actually left their home in the beginning and was busy scheming against Levi. "I am here to visit you. I can see that you are doing well for yourself since you are now the one and only God of War of Arudaya." Samson patted Windsor on his shoulder. Windsor sighed. Unfortunately, it could never erase the fact that the first one was Levi. "No, he is already dead. You are the only one now." "Master, I have something to get off my chest. Despite beating Levi, many people still do not respect me. In fact, they still have faith in Levi." Windsor voiced out his concerns. Many claimed that he had the advantage because Levi was already exhausted from battling consecutively. Every time he heard a comment like that, it made his blood boil. Samson snorted, "Humph! They're just a bunch of ignorant scum. We live in a world where the fittest survive. The winner takes all while the loser doesn't deserve to complain. If they are unconvinced, you will have to demonstrate it with your power." Samson's whole body emanated a cold killing intent. Windsor lamented, "If only Levi was still alive. I can battle him once more and shut everyone else up once and for all. That's no longer possible. He is already 6 feet under Samson had reconfirmed with Tanuki about Levi's death. It's such a pity, or else I could defeat him once again. Windsor was extremely confident in his skills and cared a lot about how others saw him. After visiting Windsor, Samson wanted to check on whether Olivia had been killed. Meanwhile, Levi and his men were monitoring the assassin organizations. At that moment, West Sky Lord arrived with news. She had masqueraded as an assassin to accept the assassination order and discovered who issued it. It was Olivia Garcia. Due to the pain she suffered for losing her son, Olivia wanted Levi and his whole family dead. Mr. Finch realized the opportunity and seized it. Despite the fact that he was the real mastermind, he was very careful in his methods. He made sure that everything he did was done by someone else's hands. Levi was also aware that Olivia was just the front and there was someone else instructing her. Therefore, he wanted to ferret out the mastermind by going through Olivia. After fending off a few waves of assassins that came for Olivia, Levi, and North Sky Lord returned to Oakland City. However, Olivia wasn't at the Garrison clan ancestral compound. Instead, she was in a luxury manor. Inside the room, she was pacing around and was visibly troubled. After all, the first assassination order had failed and all the assassin organizations involved had also disappeared. Although the assassins she hired this time were even more terrifying, she still couldn't rid herself of the sense of dread she felt. I must succeed this time. Damien, Mom will avenge you. Not only do I want Levi to be disposed of, but I also want his family to be massacred, Olivia pleaded. Don't worry, the assassins we sent this time are extremely deadly. Death awaits anyone who protects them. A voice rang out from behind her suddenly as Samson entered the room. Levi Garrison, the Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1238. Olivia heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Mr. Finch, what happened the first time? Why did all the assassins disappear? Truth be told, Samson had paid no attention to the matter all this while. As such, when Olivia suddenly brought it up, he didn't know how to answer. Perhaps Zoe has some formidable bodyguards protecting her? Nonetheless, the assassin organization we sent this time was one that had remained hidden for decades. Samson was filled with confidence. After all, the assassin organization that accepted the mission this time was very secretive and was deadly in its methods. Olivia asked curiously, given that you come from the great family of Frostford, why are you so fixated on an ordinary person like Levi? Based on Olivia's understanding, a great family was greater than that of an ancient family. Arudia had 4 great families. They were the great family of Frostford, great family of Southford, great family of Eastford, and great family of Westford. Samson came from the great family of Frostford. A great family combined a group of ancient families and clans into a larger faction. They control many of Arudia's ancient artifacts and technologies. The simplest ones were martial art techniques and medical knowledge. They were even feared by ancient families such as the Garrison clan, let alone ordinary folk. Therefore, even righteous men like Dale Lehman were forced to abandon Zoe. No one dared to stand against a great family. Samson replied with a smile, it's because Levi broke all the rules. Mr. Finch, is the current god of war, Windsor, related to you? Olivia was a smart woman. She remembered when Samson asked her about Windsor previously. Samson admitted, yes, he is my disciple. However, he isn't the most exceptional young man within the great family of Frostford. He's just considered above average, Samson added. Gasp! Olivia caught her breath. How powerful are they? Windsor is considered above average and he is already able to take the position of god of war? Isn't this reclusive faction just ridiculously powerful? Without a doubt, the strongest and most powerful are always well hidden. Or perhaps they're just so far away from us that we can't reach them. Olivia had always assumed that Damien was the most exceptional young man in the world. But now, it seems it was her knowledge that was limited. For ancient and imperial families, their status was measured in terms of power, influence, and wealth. Martial prowess had always been frowned upon and hardly shown any attention. However, to the most powerful or those that live beyond the circles of ordinary men, the real measurement of a man's strength is their martial prowess. It was a world where the fittest survive. As long as one was strong in martial arts, one's status, wealth, and power were secured. In other words, when one was proficient enough in martial arts, matters of the mundane world no longer mattered. Using Windsor as an example, he knew nothing about wealth or managing a business. He also didn't have connections to help him. All he could rely on was his own fists to claim the title of Azura. That was the definition of the martial way. Everyone will submit in the face of absolute power. Therefore, within a great family, it was common for everyone to focus on martial arts training. Ever since they were young, they would be trained in the martial way to become formidable warriors. That was the reason why a great family would always be packed with God-class and ultimate-class warriors. Although they lived within their own circle, they were not afraid of being out of touch with the outside world. As long as they had overwhelming power, they would be kings whenever they appeared in society. Windsor's appearance proved that point. "Ordinary people like you are just ants to us," Samson sneered. Even though he was ridiculing her, Olivia didn't dare to retort. Bang! Just then, the manor's main door was busted open by a kick. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1239. Olivia! Come out this instance! A cold voice reverberated throughout the manor's hundreds of security guards charged ahead. Thud! 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 One by one, the security guards were sent flying. Two figures walked into the manor's living hall with bodies strewn all around them. The Garrison clan's elite security guards fell like flies. In the hall, Olivia's expression drastically changed. Even Samson's entourage was shocked. Who is it? How dare they cause trouble here? A moment later, two figures emerged in the hall. What? How can it be you? Levi Garrison. How can you still be alive? Levi's sudden appearance threw Olivia and Samson into utter shock. After all, a dead man had just appeared right before their eyes. It would be weird if they weren't surprised at all. Olivia's eyes looked as if they were going to pop out. I have died a wrongful death. As such, I'm here for my revenge. Levi declared as he burst into laughter. No. I didn't kill you. It wasn't me, it's them. Olivia was on the verge of despair and couldn't believe that Levi was still alive. Even Samson, who was from a great family, was stunned for almost a minute. Gasping in disbelief, he asked, "How is it that you're still alive?" Levi stared at him and sneered, "Mr. Finch. You actually know me? Damn! I've fallen into a trap." Mr. Finch was a smart man and immediately realized what was going on. How is that possible? You could hardly move then and all your bodyguards were killed. How can you still be alive? If you have recovered, you should have taken action then, Samson ranted in surprise. The mention of that incident struck a raw nerve within Levi. All the comrades that died for me. Damn it! Wouldn't it be great if I could fight back earlier? Everyone wouldn't have to die then. However, his recovery simply needed more time. Samson glanced at North Sky Lord and said, "No, someone must have saved you. From there, they created the illusion of your death. Even your own subordinates have been fooled. But, how can you still recover?" It's just impossible. Samson had sent his men to examine Levi's body and was sure that there was no way he could recover. He was supposed to be paralyzed for life. Even the ancient medical techniques and doctors of the great family of Frostford couldn't heal him, let alone Levi healing himself. How the hell did he recover? It was already a surprise that he didn't die, but to recover in such a short time? The great family of Frostford had many ancient texts and Samson had gone through them many times. But he never came across such a scenario. Furthermore, he had a good grasp of modern medical technology and clearly understood that Levi's condition couldn't be treated. So how did he do it? Levi ignored him as his gaze fell upon the 4 warriors standing behind Samson. Were you the ones who attacked at the crucial time when the Garrison clan, myself, and Windsor were engaged in battle? Levi asked. Hey! The 4 warriors were stunned and hung their heads subconsciously. They were indeed the ones who helped Windsor cheat in the battle with Levi. As they were also members of the great family of Frostford, it was humiliating for them to be exposed for cheating by Levi. At the end of the day, their pride still flowed strongly in their blood. So it really was you? Levi sneered. Nonsense! My disciple, Windsor, beat you fair and square. Thousands witness it with their own eyes. How can you say that they helped in the shadows? It's just ridiculous. Every member of the great family of Frostford is exceptional. They would never use such unscrupulous means. There was no way that Samson was going to confess to something like that. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1240. Samson stared at Levi and scoffed, Levi, I never expected to see this side of you. Are you trying to find excuses for your own defeat? Levi simply smiled in response. You're really shameless to still deny it. Samson continued, do you still want to claim that your body has been poisoned? And that you had to fight the warriors from both the Blood King Palace and Garrison clan consecutively? And that my disciple won because we cheated? Samson threw all the questions back at Levi. He tried to turn the situation around by making it look like Levi was making excuses for losing. Levi replied with a smile, that's correct. What you have said is true. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. I actually lost to Windsor on purpose because I wanted to see who the real mastermind was. Ha ha ha, Samson burst into laughter. You lost to my disciple on purpose? That's just ridiculous. Losers really are good at finding excuses. You will never beat my disciple in your entire life. Samson sneered. Although that was what he said, he was actually aware of the fact that Levi was more powerful than Windsor. Or else, they wouldn't have needed to cheat. However, when Levi claimed that he had lost on purpose, it was the ultimate insult to Samson. He had made massive sacrifices to scheme and plot. But in the end, Levi claimed that it was his choice to lose. Samson just couldn't accept it. That aside, there's no such thing as real fairness in this world. Especially not when you're the best warrior in Arudaya. You should have been prepared for all eventualities. A loss is a loss and you have no excuse, Samson berated. With Samson twisting the facts, even Olivia was convinced that Levi was just making excuses for his loss. Are all noble families just as shameless as you are? Levi asked. Despite the repeated proclamations of how virtuous they are and the noble blood that flowed within them, their actions were utterly despicable. Insolence! How dare you insult Master? Do you want to die? The 4 warriors behind Samson cursed as they glared at Levi in a bloodthirsty manner. They were proud of their identity and the fact that their master was someone extremely well respected and feared. Hence, they would not tolerate any insults from ordinary men. Do you know who we are? We are the great family of Frostford and are more powerful than ancient families. My junior, Windsor, is only considered above average within the great family of Frostford. That alone should tell you how terrifying we are. The few of them made their identities clear. Although the great family of Frostford was really powerful, Levi could still crush someone like Windsor with just a finger. Hence, he saw them as a joke instead of a threat. The great family of Frostford? If you anger me, I'll crush all of you, Levi glowered. Even Olivia couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't Levi getting too reckless to ignore the great family of Frostford? Does he know how many god-class warriors they have? It's easily 100, or a few hundred. Not to mention that doesn't include the ultimate class fighters yet. The Harbinger of Death, who was an ultimate class warrior, killed all of Levi's bodyguards. And the great family of Frostford has at least tens of them. It is something that is just unimaginable. If they were to go to battle, they will annihilate their enemies. So on what basis is Levi ridiculing them? Levi, you're just spouting nonsense. I don't care how you healed your body, but that can't be the reason for you to insult the great family of Frostford, Samson roared. Levi smiled smugly at him. I suppose you're Windsor's master. Of course. Then you must be stronger than him. That goes without saying. Fine. Since you claim that I'm not Windsor's match, I'll beat his master to show you then. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1241. Levi had lost interest in Samson's disciple, Windsor. He now felt that it was more challenging to defeat Windsor's master. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Has Levi gone mad? At most, he is a little stronger than Windsor. How dare he challenge Samson? Samson has been an ultimate class warrior for more than 20 years. His power now is simply terrifying. To challenge him means certain death. Shouldn't you defeat us first before you challenge our master? The four warriors scoffed. Samson wasn't the only famous ultimate class warrior around. Even the four warriors were ultimate class warriors as well. The four warriors were Samson's most outstanding disciples. They were all stronger than Windsor in terms of power and talent. They were also the ones who interfered in Levi's battle that day. Hence, they had a good grasp of how strong Levi was. Moreover, they assumed that he had just recovered from a grievous injury and was definitely no match for them. After all, there were now a total of 5 ultimate class warriors standing before him. One ultimate class warrior could take on a 10,000 strong army. With 5 of them, they were simply invincible. Levi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In that case, I'll kill the 4 of you first before I kill your master. Such insolence! Such impudence! Only death awaits you. I'll have you kneel as atonement for your words. Amidst the mishmash of words, Samson's 4 disciples attacked. Boom! The 4 warriors charged at Levi in furious rage. In Arudaya, a god-class warrior was adept at using the ancient arts of Qi. They would have massive strength and a boundless amount of energy. Their bodies would be as tough as solid steel. They were able to channel their energy in a way that increases their attacking power while elevating their defensive strength. The biggest difference an ultimate class warrior had was that they could send shockwaves out of their body to harm an enemy. In layman terms, it was considered a release of energy. Just like the shockwave caused by an exploding bomb, it was equally devastating in terms of its destructive power. That was the reason why during the battle between Levi and Windsor, the Garrison clan residence was almost destroyed. Before the 4 ultimate class warriors came close, they already unleashed an invincible shockwave. Its power was similar to that of a tsunami. The huge force caused a gale to blow through the hall and destroyed all the objects in it. Crack! Crack! The glass windows were blasted into smithereens. In fact, the whole hall itself was shaking as if there was an earthquake. It felt as if everything was going to collapse. Olivia was dumbfounded. Are these the young men of the great family of Frostford? They are ridiculously powerful. It's simply unimaginable. Olivia realized that despite being the top ancient family in Arudaya, their exposure was still limited. Levi. The 4 ultimate class warriors surrounded Levi and attacked from all 4 directions. Just when North Sky Lord wanted to join the fray, Levi shook his head. This was something Levi had to deal with it himself. That being said, Levi simply stood there and did nothing. When Samson saw Levi's response, he was stunned. In the next moment, however, he burst out laughing. He can't even deal with my disciples and yet he wants to challenge me? The audacity! Levi, since you're not dead yet, I'll let my disciples kill you again. Samson smiled triumphantly. The next moment, the 4 ultimate class warriors' deadly attacks reached Levi. They were confident that Levi would be torn into pieces by their attack. Bam! 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 The 4 attacks landed on Levi and made a thunderous sound. Boom! However, in the next second, Levi unleashed an even greater shockwave. Arg! Arg! The 4 ultimate class warriors were sent flying backward by a powerful burst of energy. All of them spewed blood in midair before crashing onto the ground, dead. The hall fell into a state of ghastly silence. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1242. Olivia's eyes almost popped out. Why are they not moving? Why are the 4 ultimate class warriors lying still? Levi didn't make a move at all, but all 4 of them were sent flying. How powerful did Levi become? Isn't he supposed to be dead? Or crippled? How did he end up getting stronger? Samson too was utterly shocked. He was well aware of how strong his 4 best disciples were and was stunned when Levi sent them flying. This is not real. Not only have you recovered from your injuries, but you have also regained your strength. Samson's expression changed drastically. How is that possible? Levi was poisoned by the Blood King Palace and was crippled by them. It's already amazing that he survived, but to regain his strength? This is something even the great family of Frostford can't achieve and is unheard of. Throughout its 3,000-year history, how can one man from modern society accomplish it? Most of the ancient medical knowledge and techniques are monopolized by the great families. Therefore, very little of that knowledge flowed into modern society. So how did Levi achieve it? Samson was curious. If he managed to get his hands on this technique, he would be highly valued in the great family of Frostford. Once this technique was made public, it would shock the whole world. That was how impressive it was. After all, Levi's technique simply defied nature. The idea that a cripple could be turned into the god of war was something unimaginable. Levi, tell me how you recovered and I will let you live. Samson began to take interest in Levi's amazing technique. He knew that the moment other powerful men or organizations found out about it, they too would scramble for it. Levi would be hunted for having such valuable knowledge. The reason Samson dared to say those words was because he had full confidence in his strength, despite the fact that Levi had beaten 4 ultimate class warriors. For his part, Levi only had a singular thought in mind when facing Samson: revenge. Did you work with others to revive the Blood King Palace so that you can force me to leave? Levi asked. Yes, I did. But it was a pity that Windsor was sent to protect your wife and child. It was such a pity indeed. Samson's face was filled with remorse. Did you plot with the Blood King Palace to poison me? That's right. Did you send men to disrupt my battle with Windsor from the shadows? Yes. Did you send men to assassinate me? Of course. Did you frame me and had me exiled for betraying Arudaya? Indeed, I did. Did you plot with outsiders to kill 358 of my good men? By then, Levi's eyes were red and his voice sounded raspy. The gruesome scenes of Northgale flashed before him. The anonymous 80 of the West. The few prominent families of Oakland City. Jonah Garrison, who fought till his last breath despite his age. The 4 kings, who clung to the thighs of the harbinger of death even in death. And Hades, who was resolute in not letting go despite being beaten to a pulp. One by one, all the faces both familiar and unfamiliar flashed through his mind. Kill! 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 Avenge them, for they cannot die in vain. Their blood shall not flow for nothing. Samson looked at Levi and sneered, "That's right. I was the one who planned everything. They're just insects, so their death means nothing to me. It's just a pity I didn't manage to kill you." Samson didn't care for human lives at all, even if they were his comrades. "Levi, I realized that there are tons of people who hate you and want you dead. Ha ha ha, I could easily gather them with a snap of my fingers." Samson burst out in a cruel laughter. "Damn you, Samson! Does Arudaya even have a place in your heart? Many of them were your comrades. How could you be so cruel to kill them?" Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1243. Samson replied with a smile, "I always teach my disciples one principle, which is the weak do not deserve to live." They were simply too weak. If they were a little stronger, they would still be alive. In the end, their death was caused by their weakness. They can't blame anyone else. Levi was speechless as Samson's words shocked him. "Did the weak offend you? Do they not have the right to live? We live in a time where everyone is equal. The age where men are separated into different classes is over. If the great family of Frostford insists on following such a ridiculous principle, I will pummel you till you face reality and admit to your mistake." Samson sneered at Levi, "Ultimately, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's all because you are weak. So what if I got my disciples to cheat or even poison you? What can you do about it? If I kill you this time, who would know the truth?" Samson laughed again. "Within a great family, only the fittest survive. Therefore, everyone was capable of doing anything just for survival. It was the same reason why such old powers had disconnected themselves from modern society. The other reason was that they couldn't be restrained as they were simply too strong. With so many ultimate class warriors among them, no one could control them if they were infuriated. Is Arudaya not important to you?" Levi felt his heart ached at Samson's words. The 300 over comrades had died in vain. Samson is not the least bit remorseful. Samson scoffed, "I only care about myself and nothing else. The world belongs to the strong, so stop giving me those B***l shit." Levi spat, "You went through so much trouble to plot against me just for your own selfish gains? You've really done it now. Comrades, are you watching now? Today, I, Levi Garrison, will avenge you by killing this B-tard." Levi bellowed into the sky. "Ha ha ha," Samson laughed deviously. "Let me repeat myself. As long as you hand over your recovery technique to me, I will spare your life," Samson warned Levi again. "Die, you ***le." Levi gritted his teeth and sprang forward. Boom! He threw an explosive punch. Samson raised his right hand and blocked the punch, demonstrating the power of one who has been an ultimate class warrior for 20 years. Crack! However, at the moment of impact, fault lines emerged on the ground beneath his feet and stretched for a few thousand meters. "This is for Jonah Garrison." That punch caused Samson's expression to drastically change. What a powerful punch! Before he could react, the second punch was almost upon him. Boom! Levi threw his second punch. Samson sank into the ground further. By now, his ankles were below ground level. This is for Hades. Boom! The third punch came. Samson continued to be hammered into the ground with his calves now buried. This is for the comrades of Southampton. Boom! The fourth blow came. Samson was buried deeper into the ground with his knees now covered. This is for the brother-in-arms of Oakland City. Boom! The fifth blow landed. Samson sank further into the ground. This is for the anonymous 80 of the West. Boom! Levi threw his sixth punch. Half of Samson's body was below ground now. This for the four kings. Boom! This is for the comrades of the North. Boom! This is for the residents of North Gale who were massacred. Levi wailed into the sky above, his ferocity so strong that it could almost swallow the earth. He unleashed 10 blows consecutively until Samson disappeared. The latter was pounded into the ground to the extent that his head couldn't be seen. With his whole body underground, Samson became one with the earth. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1244. Olivia sobbed as she watched Levi bash Samson into the ground, punch by punch. To her terror, Samson's body slowly sank into the earth below, like a nail being hammered into a wall. Horror. Horror was all that she could feel at that moment. That's not just any man. That's a man who has been a powerful ultimate-class warrior for 20 years. A fighter who took on 100,000 enemies himself on the battlefields. Gone just like that? Just how powerful is Levi? And how on earth did he even become this powerful? Could it be a rebirth? Heck! He's even stronger than before. Upon watching the gruesome scene unfold before her, Olivia became hysterical. Her sobbing gradually turned into a creaky howl. Don't come near me! Don't come near me! Meeting Levi's gaze was the last straw for her. She had completely lost it. North Sky Lord snorted, the 5 ultimate-class warriors? How weak! Humph! And what's with Levi Garrison? I must be even more wary of this guy from now on. Looking into the distance, Levi bellowed, Do you see this, my brothers? This despicable man is dead. And don't you worry. From now on, I'll hunt the rest down to avenge your deaths. With that, Levi left with the North Sky Lord. Boom! The entire manor collapsed, crumbling into pieces. With only a dozen punches, Levi had destroyed the foundation of the manor building. With the 5 ultimate-class warriors dead, and the wife of the patriarch of the first ancient family gone mad, it was a stormy, treacherous night indeed. Hey, what's wrong? Not getting a response, Tyrone asked again, Hey, what's wrong? You're scaring me. When he found Olivia, she seemed to be in a mentally unstable state. A ghost, a ghost. A ghost. Olivia's pupils dilated as she pointed a shaky finger forward. Someone get the doctor. Forget it, get an exorcist. Dumbfounded, Tyrone began suspecting that Olivia had gotten possessed. Still, no one knew about the demise of the 5 ultimate-class warriors. Nobody even knew about the fact that someone was reborn within the great family of Frostford. All that the public was aware of was the disappearance of Jerry Gott, which caused a huge commotion in Oakland City. Right at that instant, one could almost smell the impending danger. The air and the streets were filled with it. It felt as if a storm was coming. Furthermore, the recent turn of events had been rather bizarre. The assassination order on Furlevia was lifted all of a sudden, with the assassination organizations being disbanded. Yet, nobody had a clue of what was going on. For some, including Dale Lehman, they guessed that the great family of Frostford had been pressured to do so because they were the ones who gave the assassination order in the first place. It would be likely that people like the Dragonites had put pressure on the great family of Frostford in memory of the good that Levi Garrison had done in the past. They were not even considering the possibility that the 5 ultimate class warriors had been defeated. If news of their downfall were to spread, the city would be in pandemonium. After all, people had absolute faith in the ultimate class warriors. In smaller countries, one would hear rumors that it would only take one ultimate class warrior to safeguard an entire country. Or as they would say, an ultimate class warrior could control the fate of millions of people. In Arudaya, though the stories told were less exaggerated, the ultimate class warriors were still regarded as figures on the same level as Azura. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 ultimate class warriors had already been defeated by Levi. And the power that he held was unimaginable. Meanwhile, back at the training base. I wonder why Master left. Something feels off. Windsor furrowed his brows. Zar shook his head, saying, there haven't been any new updates related to that. Well, I'd better start training again then. Master showed me some new fighting techniques. Before he left, Windsor said with a sigh. Something just tells me that Levi is still alive, you know? If he is, I shall show him that I'm the fighter that he'll never be able to defeat. The others chuckled, well, we feel the same too. If Levi really is alive, it'll be a chance for you, the great Azura, to defeat him again. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1245. Little did he know, Levi Garrison was the very person who knocked the wind out of his master, along with his team. New fighting techniques? His beloved master didn't even had the chance to use them. What a joke! After getting rid of Samson Finch, Levi shifted his focus to the foreign assassins whom Samson had teamed up with. He chose to delegate the West Sky Lord to investigate the people in question. So, the operation was led by the military strategist of Ray's Onia Watanabe Teniki. Levi said, looking at a name list. Yes. He was also the one behind the comeback of the Blood King Palace. West Sky Lord replied. Pursing his lips, Levi said in amusement, oh wow! How remarkable! How very remarkable! Indeed. The comeback of the Blood King Palace whom I had already fought and defeated. He could still vividly remember exterminating the leaders of the Blood King Palace when he first dealt with them. And yet, they rose back from the dead somehow. When they met again, members of the Blood King Palace were standing well and alive before him. He found that rather hard to believe and had been getting West Sky Lord to investigate the situation. For now, he was positive that Watanabe Teniki was the mastermind behind it all. Now that I have this name list in hand, I shall be paying a rather special visit to everyone on there. Levi laughed, his gaze turning cold. Listen up! He yelled at the Calamity. Yes, sir. They answered while kneeling before Levi. Let the hunt begin. Levi gave his command, flinging the name list onto the ground. Fight for justice. Protect our lands. Exterminate all traitors, and bring death to our enemies. And with that, the Calamity sprang into action. That was the day that marked the start of Levi's agenda, by hunting down every last person who had been involved in the scheme to kill him. The nights were stained with bloodshed, and there was nowhere to hide. Of course, the string of murders quickly took over the daily headlines. Callan Sky, the great martial master of Weldrake, disappeared. The master of the largest island of Atlantis, Tenojima, found dead. Death of the boss of Daily Group in Kyria. The ruler of the greatest organization of the underworld in Elizet, deceased. Soon enough, chaos ensued in various countries. In the short span of a few days, murders of that sort occurred one after the other, country by country. It was as if manslaughter was happening every other minute. In no time, these events quickly caused the public to be consumed by panic and fear. After all, those being assassinated were not just your average citizen but prominent figures of high status. Everyone was desperate to know who did it. Based on the leads obtained from the crime scenes, it was clear that the calamity was behind the killings. Who else would have the power to do that? It would take an incredibly strong group of fighters to tackle those powerful figures, with some being formidable fighters themselves. At that point, it was pretty much a common consensus that the calamity was onto some sort of assassination operation. Who in the world are they? How did they kill so many of our partners? Teneke was rather appalled. They are not coming after me, are they? He mumbled to himself. Even so, Teneke was well aware that something dark was looming in the corner as those deaths made their intentions too obvious. Everyone who got killed had one thing in common: they were all involved in the operation to kill off Levi Garrison. And so, there was only one answer. Levi Garrison was coming after him. Sir, that might not be the case. Those people who died have had conflicts with the calamity in the past anyways, and it was way before that operation. One of his subordinates said. Yes, yes. And there's no way that Levi Garrison is still alive. Another quickly added. However, Teneke shook his head. No, I'd rather be safe than sorry. I need to start preparing immediately, he said, with some anxiety in his voice. Though Levi Garrison is dead for sure, the calamity might still come after me. Teneke was a cautious and calculative man. On the other hand, the calamity only had 3 more names left on their list: Watanabe, Teneke, Yamamoto Yuta, and Mitsui Ichiro of Raise Onia. Let us march forward to Raise Onia. From a high vantage point, Levi viewed the island country expressionlessly. Raise Onia, I'm coming for you. It's been 5 years since we came to Raise Onia. 5 years of peace we've spared them, but his time, 3 shall lose their lives. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1246. Levi's gaze was dark. 5 years ago, he had come to Raise Onia, all alone, for the sake of rescuing someone. In that fight, he fought solo against 30,000 enemy fighters from Raise Onia and slaughtered a record number of 8,000 enemies. It was a fight that shook up the entire country, and also the main reason as to why Raise Onia remained hostile toward him. The people of Raise Onia were livid. Whatever that Levi had done was sacrilegious to the Raisonian Bushido, which they had put their faith in from a young age. Some even felt that only death would quench their anger toward him. Since then, Levi had not set foot in the country for a total of 5 years. However, the Demon King had arrived once again. It was time bring back the unrest and chaos. Meanwhile, in Edoho, the capital city of Raise Onia, the most renowned building of Edoho was the Tower of the Sunday. It was also the tallest infrastructure of the city, standing at 600 meters in height. A particular private manor in the city was seemed to be shrouded by an atmosphere of tension and suspense. At that instant, thousands of mercenaries were hidden in every corner of the manor. They donned traditional robes with long swords bound to their waists. Their faces were covered by black masks, and one could only see their eyes, which were set to kill. These mercenaries were the well-respected samurais of Edoho, as well as the surrounding islands. They had stationed themselves at the military division voluntarily, upon hearing that the military strategist of the country was in danger. Not only that, but there was also an elite samurai on his way there. The recent turn of events had put their nerves on edge, but Watanabe Teneke was there. Bottom line, he had to be protected at all costs. Watanabe Teneke was the most influential figure of Raise Onia. To the citizens, he was a man of extraordinary wisdom on par with a demon god, a rare gift to their country. However, Teneke was not actually at the military division. He had gone elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a straw shed hidden within the deep bamboo forests in the rural area of Edoho, a certain man was kneeling before the straw shed on that particular day, and that man happened to be Watanabe Teneke. It was a rather peculiar scene, seeing the great military strategist of Raisonia getting on his knees to beg. The people of Raisonia would probably faint at such a sight. How dare he make the great military strategist of Raisonia kneel before him? Not to mention, Teneke had been kneeling there for almost a day. "Stop pestering me. I have already retired." The raspy voice of an old man could be heard from within the shed. "Demon Blade, I'm not just here for my own safety. I'm here because your help would be crucial in order for the Raisonian Bushido to rise again," Teneke pleaded. "5 years ago, Levi Garrison intruded our lands, and single-handedly slaughtered 8,000 of our men. For him, it was his glorious battle to fame, but for us, a stain in our history forever. Not only that, but our very own brand of martial arts also took a huge blow. From that fight, we fell from the high ranks amongst the others in Bayview, and have not recovered since. Our people feel nothing but shame about the Raisonian Bushido that they were once so proud of." Teneke's tear-streaked face was trembling. "I can't help but fear the destruction that the calamity would bring. We'll never be able to recover from that. I simply don't want our people to live with their heads low forever. Would you please consider?" he cried. "We do have many ultimate class fighters around here, but your presence will ensure our victory. I know that you have retired for 50 years, but I cannot find another samurai as capable as you. Oh, Demon Blade, please. Please help us." Teneke had his head on the ground while begging. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector, Chapter 1247. Thud. 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 Teneke slammed his forehead onto the ground frantically, with blood oozing out of it. He had a rather maniacal side to him, where he would resort to every last measure for the sake of Raisonia and the Raisonian Bushido. In his head, he was ready to fight Levi Garrison to death. As a matter of fact, he was even willing to shoulder all the blame and backlash from it. While some might not agree with what he had done, or his way of doing things, it was not really a matter of right or wrong, it was simply a clash interests from different perspectives. Of course, Teneke also had his personal motives. He wanted to live. The bloodshed caused by the calamity gave him a clear warning that having ultimate class warriors around him was not enough. Plenty of those who died were protected by ultimate class warriors. Teneke could tell that his enemies were very much overpowered, to the extent that they were unafraid of the ultimate class warriors. That was why he needed to use all the cards that he owned just to survive this ordeal. Teneke also saw the addition of Demon Blade as a chance for the dignity and honor of the Raisonian Bushido to be restored. This was a plan that would enable him to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. "I beg you, Demon Blade, to come and fight alongside us for the sake of Raisonia's martial arts," Teneke pleaded once again, along with hundreds of people kneeling behind him. Their voices resounded through the woods, echoing like the howling winds during a thunderstorm. As for the man referred to as Demon Blade, he was the great Grand Master of Raisonia, the strongest warrior of the country. Demon Blade was just his title, and his real name was Kawasaki Zando. 60 years ago, he swept the entirety of Bayview by storm. There was not a single fighter who could rival him. Even when faced with a master of the same class as him, he made instant kills. No one could describe how strong he really was because every fighter who had gone up against him had died. Kawasaki Zando had even paid a visit to Arudaya before, giving the practitioners of the martial arts in Arudaya nothing but humiliation. As one might say, he was the ruler of that era, standing above all forms of martial arts in Bayview. People saw him as the pride of Razonia, an undefeatable god. However, for reasons unknown to the masses, Demon Blade went into retirement out of the blue and lived his life hidden from the rest of the world. 50 years had passed since then, and still not a single sign of his return. All right then. For the sake of Razonia, I shall wield my blade once more. Demon Blade finally made his decision. Ha! Yes! What an honor! Watanabe Tenika cried out in laughter. Who would dare come after me now? With Demon Blade on my side? Who would dare humiliate the Razonian Bushido? Along with 6 other ultimate class warriors, Tenika now had 7 ultimate class warriors fighting for him. They would be seen as a formidable group of warriors not to be reckoned with anywhere in Bayview. God class warriors were already a rarity, not to even mention the ultimate class warriors. A group of 7 ultimate class warriors was something that no one had ever seen before. After all, none of the countries wanted to reveal their trump cards too early. Hence, assembling such a group of fighters together would be done as a last resort. While the various forces seemed to be teaming up against Levi Garrison at the moment, they knew well enough they might become rivals in the future. Therefore, showing the entire world the number of ultimate class warriors that they had would be suicide. Thud! Thud! An elderly man emerged from the straw shed right then. His footsteps were a little wobbly, and his body was thin as a stick. In spite of that, the aura around him was unmistakable. Everyone held their breaths, as they watched him walk toward them. Demon Blade! A godlike warrior. He was a man feared by all 50 years ago. And it seemed like he still had it in him. Welcome! Oh, the great Demon Blade! Tenika hollered, gesturing for the rest to follow. I'll be safe now. The Razonian Bushido shall prosper. And so shall Razonia. Let us fight the calamity. Tenika was wholly confident about their upcoming battle. Levi Garrison, the return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1248. Where is the man who sullied our lands 50 years ago? Demon Blade asked. Tenika quickly replied, Sir, he goes by the name Levi Garrison. He's known as the God of War of Arudaya, but don't you worry, sir, he is already dead. Dead? That's good to hear, Demon Blade sighed. I'll have to thank the great family of Frostford for that. Tenika said, smiling. What? The great family of Frostford. Upon hearing Tenika's words, Demon Blade's face turned outcast, as if he had recalled something horrid. Sir, what's wrong? Are you all right? Tenika asked. Yes, I'm fine. I have heard about the great family of Frostford before. Word has it that the fighters in the family are the best of the best. Not to mention the other 3 of the 4 great families. Demon Blade said, coming to his senses. Tenika and the others quickly assured him, no matter how strong they say they are, they can't even compare to you, sir. Demon Blade shook his head and got Tenika to tell him all about their current situation. Where are the other 2? He asked, referring to Yamamoto Yuta and Mitsui Ichiro. Those 2 were also involved in the scheme to kill Levi under Tenika's command. Tenika's gaze darkened upon hearing these 2 names. The 2 of them turned a deaf ear to my words. I don't think they even realize the severity of the situation. Yet, Demon Blade was not particularly surprised about it. Well, for those 2, as descendants of the ancient warrior families, it is to be expected that they stay confident and steadfast no matter what enemies come in their ways, he said. Yes, let them think whatever they want, Tenika said coldly. Humph. I'll be safe without them anyways. In a rather remote, quiet part of Edoho, there was a long-established residence that had retained its traditional architectural style, known as the general's residence. It was once the residence for a military general but now transformed into the residence for the ancient warrior families. They practiced the bushido, which was respected by all. Needless to say, there were countless skilled fighters within the families. Currently, Yamamoto Yuta was the patriarch of the families and was an ultimate class warrior. Another ultimate class warrior, who belonged to the ancient warrior families, was Mitsui Ichiro. The two of them, together with Watanabe Teniki, became the guardians of Res Onia. Two warriors, and one strategist. However, the recent turn of events had brought about cracks in their alliance. Teniki is too cautious and indecisive about everything. While I do think that he has the wits to be a good strategist, we've missed out on so many opportunities because of him. Ha! You're right. It's impossible to succeed without taking risks. The two of them bantered. The calamity? Humph! If they dare step foot on Res Onia, they might as well die here. Yamamoto Yuta smirked, his long sword in hand as he sat on his futon. A group of samurai in black stood behind him. On the other hand, a group of samurai in white stood behind Mitsui Ichiro. Unlike Teniki, they were not searching high and low for warriors to protect themselves. They were actually waiting for the calamity to come to their doors. They were ready to fight. That was how a true samurai of Res Onia would conduct himself. While Res Onia was not known to be the country with the most combative people like Weldrake, the samurais of Res Onia were recognized as the most determined fighters of them all. The calamity is definitely after us too. All that's on my mind right now is how they would come to us, Ichiro said while furrowing his brows. They had delegated a robust force of samurais to station themselves throughout the entire residence. I can't care less about that. I won't even blink if they decide to plunge down from the heavens. Yuta scoffed. Meanwhile, an aircraft belonging to the calamity hovered over the skies above Edoho. Res Onia. Master, Yamamoto Yuta's residence is located directly below us. Open up the gate. I'm jumping down from here. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1249. Yes. Master, I'll prepare your parachute right this moment. Levi's subordinate replied. Scrambling to fasten a parachute on his body. They assumed that Levi wanted to dive down from the plane to take his targets by surprise. No need for parachutes. I'll be jumping straight down. To their surprise, Levi declined the proposal and shook them off. What did he just say? Everyone on the aircraft was taken aback. Jumping straight down? Though their aircraft was gliding at a slightly lower altitude, they were at least 1,500 meters from ground level. Jumping off from our current height? He must be joking. With our aircraft at such a speed and this high from the ground, anyone who jumps would be committing suicide. Just the sheer force of the impact was enough to crush the bones of any martial artist. Though there was no doubt that Levi was one of the strongest warriors to live, he was still no superhero. He was a human made of blood and flesh. Thus, no matter how robust his body was as a martial artist, there was no way that he would survive. At the thought of that, everyone could not help but hesitate in their actions. Master, I think it'll be much safer to wear this parachute. One of his subordinates said. Anxiously. Levi stayed silent, his face dispassionate. Didn't you hear him? Open the gates. Now. The North Sky Lord repeated Levi's command. Sounding annoyed. Yes, yes. The people on the aircraft hurried back to their positions and sprang into action. No one dared disobey their master's orders. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the unnerving howling of air currents surging into their aircraft reverberated in their ears. "I'm going off now." Crossing his hands behind him, Levi made his way toward the door of the aircraft and jumped down without a second thought. The North Sky Lord promptly followed behind and plunged down. Watching the two dive down from their aircraft without even blinking, the members of the Calamity within the aircraft found themselves at a loss for words. What? Maniacs! Absolute maniacs! They shuddered a little. Undoubtedly, Levi and the North Sky Lord were tenacious warriors. However, jumping from an aircraft 1,500 meters high in the sky without a parachute was a completely different matter altogether. Are they even human? How frightening! Meanwhile, at the general's residence, thousands of samurais awaited the arrival of the Calamity. Yuta and Ichiro meditated with their eyes closed while their hands gripped tightly onto their long swords. "Hey! Look up! There is an aircraft hovering above this building!" Someone suddenly yelled. "Yes, I see it too. The aircraft is at a dangerously low altitude. Are they coming after us?" Another added. Outside, the people on the streets were all pointing and talking about the foreign aircraft intruding their skies. The people on ground level could see the jet-black aircraft rather clearly. After all, an altitude of 1,500 meters would be relatively low for an aircraft. "Hey!" Yuta and Ichiro opened their eyes, looking up toward the skies above. Indeed, an aircraft was seen gliding overhead. Gliding suspiciously low. Has the Calamity really decided to attack from the air? Ichiro uttered, his eyes widening. What the hell? Yuta swore under his breath upon seeing the outlines of what looked like two people jumping off the aircraft. Someone is jumping down. Ichiro howled. Ping! The samurais on standby pulled out their swords in unison. The air within the general's residence quickly became thick with tension. Everyone expected the two in the air to open their parachutes before landing somewhere nearby. In their heads, they even rehearsed how they would charge toward the two as they landed, slaughtering them instantly. Their silhouettes became bigger and clearer as the two men fell from the sky, like meteors, striking earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! The deafening howling of air currents echoed within the building. To their horror, the speed of those human meteors seemed to have exceeded that of the sound of the air currents. They're not using parachutes! Yuta yelled. Levi Garrison, The Return of the God of War. The Protector Chapter 1250. Ichiro was speechless. So were the thousands of samurais around them. Are they nuts? Did they just jump off an aircraft without parachutes? Due to the fact that they were free-falling from 1,500 meters, the speed at which Levi and the North Sky Lord were moving was frighteningly fast. The onlookers could not even make out their faces as they plunged downwards, leaving a white trail behind them. Thud! The impact of their landing was explosive. The people in the general's residence could feel the vibrations on the floorboards, vibrating their eardrums. Their thunderous landing was closely followed by a blast of air which literally blew off some of the samurais in the building. Everyone could already feel the immense power of their enemies before they even showed themselves. Sensing their impending doom, some of the samurais yelled, "Retreat! Retreat!" However, there was no time to react. Before they could even begin evacuating the building, the two human meteors finally made their touchdowns. Boom! Boom! Levi and the North Sky Lord landed one after the other. It almost sounded like the consecutive explosions of two missiles. Boom! Bang! It almost seemed like the heavens were crashing down upon the earth. Bang! 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 Everything in sight seemed to be crumbling into dust. Clink! Clank! Long, branching cracks appeared on the floorboards, with the tiles shattering into pieces. And as the finale to all of that destruction, Levi and the North Sky Lord created two gigantic craters within as they came into contact with the ground. Now, it really seemed as if two missiles had landed from the skies. 600 years a residence with a whopping 600 years of history, demolished. In a matter of minutes. Poof. 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 The aftershock of the impact of their falls was also fatal. At the same time, the huge army of samurais who had gathered in the building were blasted off, along with the wreckage. Pandemonium ensued soon after. Following that, desperate cries filled the air, and corpses were seen everywhere. The amount of bloodshed caused was unfathomable. The bloody aftermath was a testament to the impact brought about by what seemed to be human meteors. Those who remained standing stared fixedly at the site of the landings, now enveloped by a cloud of thick smoke. They were desperate to know if the two people that they saw had survived the fall. As minutes passed by, the fog gradually cleared, revealing two men standing tall on the ground. One was busy patting off the dust on his body, his complexion unnaturally red. Evidently, the free fall had taken a toll on him physically. That man was the North Sky Lord. Though he was uninjured, he looked rather displeased about the state that he was in. Damn it! He swore. On the other hand, the onlookers were absolutely terrified by his reaction. Even Yamamoto Yuta felt as if he was on the verge of fainting. Damn it! That's it? Is that all that he has got to say after falling down from such a height? Without a freaking parachute? No injuries? This can't be possible. Oh my goodness! Someone from the crowd shrieked in terror. When the crowd turned to look at the other man who had landed, they could not believe what they saw. There he was, Levi Garrison, with his arms still crossed behind him, standing there looking all calm and composed. There was not even a single speck of dust on him. It was as if he had just arrived at the scene from a walk in a park. How is that possible? Is he even human? Is that even humanly possible? Even an ultimate class warrior wouldn't be able to survive a fall like that. While the onlookers were still stricken by terror and awe, Levi and the North Sky Lord made their way toward them. Unable to recover from the shock, Yuta and Ichiro simply stared fixedly at the two coming closer. It took a whole solid minute for people to return to their senses. However, they were immediately struck by another horrifying reality. The man who had fallen like a human meteor was someone they were all too familiar with.